Hello and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Here we share real-life experiences of encounters with the unknown, stories that come from beyond the stars, crafted to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I love seeing just how far this mystery reaches. Now find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let yourself be carried away. Story 1. I had just set the cup down, its warmth leaving a fleeting print on the table. My fingertips tingled, the sensation creeping toward my wrist with an oddly rhythmic pulse. The air seemed to thicken, saturating each breath with an indefinable weight. The faint aroma of burnt toast lingered, out of place and unnerving. I tried to shake the feeling, aware of an invisible line that had been crossed. A draft brushed past, unsettlingly cold, as if reminding me of something I couldn't quite see. The sensations haven't stopped since I returned. They follow me through ordinary moments, transforming them into something else entirely. The coffee tastes different now, metallic undertones that shouldn't exist. When I hold the mug, that same tingling spreads through my palms, as if the ceramic itself remembers something my conscious mind refuses to acknowledge. Sleep has become a negotiation rather than a refuge. I lie in bed listening to sounds that don't belong to the house settling or the wind outside. There's a low-frequency hum that seems to emanate from beneath the floorboards, so subtle I question whether it exists at all. But my body responds to it, muscles tensing in recognition of something familiar yet unwelcome. The electronics have developed their own agenda. The radio turns itself on during the deepest part of night, cycling through static until it finds that particular frequency where voices seem to whisper just beyond comprehension. My phone displays missed calls from numbers that don't exist, timestamps showing impossible hours. The television reflects my face differently now, as if the screen remembers being a window to somewhere else. I've tried explaining these disturbances to others, but the words sound hollow when spoken aloud. How do you describe the feeling that your own shadow has been replaced with something that moves independently? How do you convey that mirrors now show rooms with slightly different dimensions, walls that curve where they should be straight? The dreams are the worst part, though calling them dreams feels inaccurate. They're more like memories playing in reverse, fragments of experience that my waking mind insists never happened. I see myself standing in an open space, head tilted upward, mouth slightly agape. My body appears relaxed, almost peaceful, but there's an emptiness in my expression that suggests I'm not entirely present. In these nocturnal visions, I watch myself from a distance, as if I'm both participant and observer. The figure that looks like me stands motionless for what feels like hours, occasionally raising one hand as if responding to something invisible. The landscape around this other version of myself shifts and breathes like living tissue, familiar yet fundamentally wrong. I wake from these experiences with the taste of copper in my mouth and a deep ache in my bones, as if I've been compressed and then slowly released. My clothes smell of ozone and something else, something organic that makes my stomach turn. These aren't the remnants of normal sleep. They carry the weight of actual experience. The memory that haunts me most clearly happened during what I can only describe as the central event, though even that phrase feels inadequate. I was somewhere outside, somewhere open and exposed. The ground beneath my feet felt solid enough, but the air itself seemed to pulse with intention. Above me, the sky had become something else entirely. Not dark, not light, but a color that doesn't exist in normal experience. Within this impossible atmosphere, shapes moved with deliberate purpose. Not aircraft, not birds, but forms that suggested intelligence without revealing their nature. They maintained perfect silence while radiating a presence so intense it made my skin crawl. I remember trying to move, to run, to call out, but my body wouldn't respond to my commands. It wasn't paralysis exactly, more like my nervous system had been gently disconnected from my will. I could observe everything with crystal clarity while remaining completely passive, a witness to my own helplessness. The largest shape descended until it hovered directly above me, close enough that I should have felt wind from its movement, but the air remained perfectly still. Its surface reflected nothing, absorbing light like a wound in reality itself. I stared upward, unable to look away, feeling my consciousness stretch thin as something vast and alien turned its attention toward me. Time became unreliable during this encounter. Seconds stretched into hours, while hours compressed into heartbeats. I was simultaneously aware of standing there for moments and for an entire lifetime. My body temperature fluctuated wildly, sweating and shivering in rapid succession, while that metallic taste flooded my mouth. Then, without warning or transition, I found myself somewhere else entirely, though the memory of how I moved from one location to another has been completely erased. This new environment felt enclosed but impossibly vast, surfaces that appeared solid but yielded like liquid when touched. The walls, if they were walls, pulsed with their own rhythm, slightly out of sync with my heartbeat. Looking back now, I realized there were warning signs I failed to recognize, patterns that should have prepared me for what was coming. The disturbances began subtly, woven so seamlessly into daily routine that they seemed normal until viewed in retrospect. Every evening around the same time, the street light outside my window would flicker and die, plunging that corner of the neighborhood into premature darkness. I attributed this to faulty wiring, never questioning why it happened with such precise regularity or why repair crews never seemed to address the problem. The humming started during this period, so low and constant that it became background noise within days. It seemed to originate from the electrical systems, traveling through the walls and settling into my bones. I found myself unconsciously matching my breathing to its rhythm, a realization that disturbed me more than the sound itself. Electronic devices began displaying minor glitches that individually meant nothing but collectively suggested something was interfering with their normal operation. Clocks would gain or lose time in impossible increments. The microwave would run cycles without being programmed. My computer would wake from sleep mode and display files I didn't remember creating, filled with symbols that resembled text but conveyed no meaning. During this period, I experienced frequent episodes of lost time. I would begin a simple task like washing dishes or reading, only to find myself standing in a different room with no memory of moving. These gaps never lasted long, perhaps minutes at most, but they left me feeling disoriented and vaguely nauseous. The temperature in my living space became unpredictable, fluctuating between uncomfortably warm and surprisingly cool without any changes to the heating system. I would wake shivering under blankets or find myself sweating while sitting in what should have been a comfortable environment. My body seemed to be reacting to conditions that didn't match the physical reality around me. Sleep patterns deteriorated gradually. I would lie awake, feeling perfectly alert despite physical exhaustion, my mind racing with thoughts that didn't feel entirely like my own. When sleep finally came, it brought dreams of vast open spaces and impossible geometries, landscapes that felt more real than my waking environment. The earliest anomaly I can identify now, though I dismissed it completely at the time, occurred during what seemed like an ordinary afternoon. I was engaged in routine activities, moving through familiar spaces with the comfortable predictability that defines normal life. I remember feeling suddenly dizzy, a wave of disorientation that made me reach for the nearest wall for support. The dizziness passed quickly, but it left behind a lingering sense that something fundamental had shifted. The light in the room appeared different, not brighter or dimmer, but somehow more intense, as if each photon carried additional information. A metallic smell filled the air, sharp and clean like the aftermath of lightning. I searched for its source, checking appliances and opening windows, but found nothing that could explain the odor. It faded gradually, leaving behind only the memory of its strangeness and a faint tingling sensation on my tongue. The floor beneath my feet seemed to vibrate almost imperceptibly, a tremor so subtle it might have been my imagination. I stood perfectly still, trying to determine if the sensation was real or some trick of perception. The vibration continued for several minutes before subsiding, leaving me questioning my own senses. During this episode, I found myself staring at nothing in particular, my focus scattered and unfocused. My thoughts felt sluggish, as if moving through a medium thicker than air. I had the distinct impression that time was moving differently around me, that each second was being stretched or compressed in ways I couldn't quite perceive. When the sensation finally passed, I was left with no clear understanding of what had occurred. The experience felt significant but impossible to categorize or explain. I filed it away as a minor medical anomaly, perhaps low blood sugar or fatigue, never suspecting it was the first indication of something much larger beginning to unfold. Before any of this began, there was a period of perfect normalcy that now feels like the calm before an inevitable storm. I went about daily routines with the comfortable assumption that reality was stable and predictable. The world operated according to familiar rules, cause and effect flowing in logical sequences that made sense. The morning started like countless others, unremarkable in every way. Sunlight filtered through windows at expected angles, casting shadows that fell where shadows should fall. The air carried ordinary scents of coffee and distant traffic, nothing unusual or out of place. Every surface, every object, every sound belonged exactly where it was supposed to be. I moved through these early hours with the unconscious ease of someone who had never questioned the fundamental nature of their environment. Each action flowed naturally into the next, guided by routines so familiar they required no conscious thought. The future seemed as predictable as the past, a simple extension of patterns already established. But now, looking back through the lens of everything that followed, I can see that this ordinary morning was actually the last moment before something vast and patient turned its attention toward me. The normalcy I remember so clearly was already being observed, catalogued, perhaps even manipulated by intelligence I couldn't perceive. Even now, as I try to make sense of what happened, I can feel that same attention focusing on me again, drawn by my attempts to remember and understand. The cup grows cold in my hands, but the tingling in my fingertips intensifies, spreading up my arms like a gentle electric current. Something is still watching, still waiting, and I suspect my story is far from over. Story 2. It always started the same way, with a thin envelope slipped beneath my door every Wednesday morning. Each one was folded with neat precision, the crease running perfectly down the center. For months, I never paid it much attention, assuming it was just routine correspondence, something interchangeable like the tide or the seasons. But then one Wednesday, the paper bore a slight tear as if handled too hastily. The week after, the crease was crooked, unsettlingly so. Today, there is no envelope at all, just a faint scent lingering in its usual place. The smell is sharp, metallic, like copper pennies left in the rain or the air before lightning strikes. It clings to the space where the envelope should be, hovering just above the floorboards. I kneel down and press my nose to the wood, breathing it in until my lungs burn. The scent reminds me of something I can't name, something that makes my teeth ache and my fingertips tingle. I don't remember when I started losing time. The kitchen clock reads 3:15 when I walk in for breakfast. The coffee maker gurgles to life, steam rising in thin ribbons. I turn to fetch a mug from the cabinet, and when I look back, the clock shows 4:47. The coffee has gone cold. There's a metallic taste coating my tongue, sharp and familiar. My reflection in the kitchen window looks wrong, not dramatically wrong, just wrong enough to make me pause. The eyes seem too wide, the pupils too small for the dim morning light. I lean closer to the glass, and for a moment I swear I see someone else looking back. Someone with my face but different eyes. Eyes that have seen things mine haven't. There were lights behind the trees. The thought arrives without context, dropping into my consciousness like a stone into still water. I haven't been near any trees recently. The nearest woods are miles from here, past the industrial district where the air always tastes of rust and ozone. But the thought persists, accompanied by the phantom sensation of pine needles beneath my feet and something humming in the distance. My hands shake as I pour fresh coffee. The tremor starts in my fingertips and spreads up through my wrists, my arms. It's not fear exactly. It's recognition without memory, like hearing a song you've forgotten you know. The envelope was always blank on the outside. No address, no postmark, no indication of where it came from or who might have sent it. Inside, there was never anything but a single sheet of paper, also blank. I used to hold it up to the light, searching for watermarks or hidden messages, but there was nothing. Just smooth, white paper that felt slightly warm to the touch. Now I realize I never actually looked at the paper in bright light. The memory feels real, but when I try to focus on it, it shifts. Maybe I held it up to the window. Maybe I held it up to a lamp. Maybe I never held it up at all. Maybe I just imagined I did, the way you imagine conversations you never had with people you've never met. The humming starts again around noon. It's low and constant, like the sound of electricity running through power lines, but there are no power lines near my apartment. The sound seems to come from inside the walls, or maybe from inside my head. I press my ear to the plaster, and the humming grows louder, more complex. There are harmonies in it, layers of tone that rise and fall in patterns I almost recognize. I don't remember ever coming back. The thought surfaces while I'm listening to the walls, and it brings with it a flash of sensation. Cool air on my face, the smell of ozone, and the feeling of walking on ground that isn't quite solid. My feet remember the sensation even if my mind doesn't. They remember stepping on something that yielded without breaking, like walking on water that had forgotten how to be liquid. The bathroom mirror shows 3 different reflections depending on where I stand. Directly in front, I look normal if pale. Step slightly to the left and my face appears longer, the features stretched. Step to the right and my eyes seem to glow with their own light. I spend 20 minutes moving back and forth, watching myself change, until I realize I've been standing here much longer than 20 minutes. The light outside has changed from afternoon gold to evening blue. Time moves differently now. It pools in corners and stretches across empty spaces. Minutes feel like hours, hours collapse into seconds. I'll start washing dishes and find myself standing in the living room with wet hands, no memory of walking there. I'll sit down to read and look up to find the book has changed, the words rearranged into patterns I don't remember seeing before. The noise didn't come from outside. This certainty arrives with the taste of metal and the sensation of my skin tightening, pulling inward like a drawstring bag being closed. The noise was something else entirely, something that bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my bones. It made my teeth sing and my vision blur at the edges. I find myself standing at the window looking out at the empty street. The streetlights flicker in sequence, one after another, as if something is moving beneath them too quickly to see. The light they cast is wrong, too white and too warm at the same time. It makes everything look like a photograph taken with the wrong film, colors shifted into spectrums that shouldn't exist. The envelope returns on Wednesday, but it's different now. The paper is thicker, more textured. When I pick it up, it feels warm, as if it's been sitting in sunlight, though the hallway is dim and cool. The fold line isn't straight anymore. It curves slightly, like a smile or a wound. Inside, the paper isn't blank. There are marks on it, faint impressions that might be text or might be something else entirely. I hold it up to the light, and the marks seem to shift, rearranging themselves into patterns that hurt to look at directly. When I lower the paper, the marks are gone, but my eyes water as if I've been staring at something too bright. My skin tingles for no reason I can name. The sensation starts in my fingertips and spreads inward, a pins and needles feeling that makes me want to scratch until I bleed, but scratching doesn't help. The feeling isn't on the surface. It's deeper in the space between skin and muscle, in places I can't reach. The humming in the walls has developed a rhythm, 3 long tones, too short a pause, then repetition. It sounds almost like communication, like someone tapping out a message in a code I should understand but don't. I try tapping back, pressing my knuckles against the plaster in the same pattern, but the humming stops immediately. The silence that follows is worse than the noise. I dream of walking through rooms that don't exist in my apartment. Long corridors with walls that curve inward, floors that slope at impossible angles. The air in these rooms tastes of copper and ozone, and there's always that humming just at the edge of hearing. I walk toward it, following the sound deeper into the maze of rooms, but I never reach the source. I always wake up before I find what's making the noise. But do I wake up? The transition between sleeping and waking has become so gradual I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. I'll be walking through those impossible rooms, and then I'm standing in my kitchen, still walking, my feet moving in the same rhythm they used in the dream. The floor feels different under my feet, softer, more yielding, as if reality has borrowed something from the dream world. There were lights behind the trees, and I remember now that I was walking toward them. The forest floor was soft beneath my feet, covered in something that wasn't quite moss and wasn't quite snow. Each step left a faint impression that glowed for a moment before fading. The trees were wrong, too tall and too straight, their branches reaching towards something I couldn't see. The lights pulsed in the same rhythm as the humming. 3 long, too short, pause, repeat. They were too bright to look at directly, but somehow I could see them clearly when I wasn't trying to focus on them. They moved between the trees like living things, flowing rather than floating, leaving trails of illumination that lingered in the air like afterimages. I followed them deeper into the forest, though I don't remember deciding to follow them. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me along paths that appeared just as I needed them and vanished the moment I passed. The humming grew louder with each step, more complex, until it wasn't just sound anymore, but something I could feel in my chest, my bones, the spaces between my thoughts. The metallic taste in my mouth intensifies when I remember this. It spreads across my tongue like blood, but when I check the mirror, there's no sign of injury. My mouth looks normal, if too pale, the lips slightly blue as if I've been holding my breath for too long. Time stops moving forward. I'll look at the clock and see the same minute for what feels like hours. The second hand ticks backward occasionally or skips forward in jumps that leave gaps in my perception. During these gaps, things change. Books rearrange themselves on shelves. Furniture shifts position by inches. The light outside moves in directions it shouldn't, casting shadows that don't match any sun I know. The envelope arrives early this week, on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. It's been torn open and resealed, the edges slightly ragged where someone's fingers worried at the paper. Inside, there's nothing but that faint scent of ozone and metal, concentrated now, almost visible in the air above the paper. When I breathe it in, my vision blurs and I taste copper. I don't remember ever coming back, but I must have, because I'm here. My feet remember the return journey even if my mind doesn't. They remember walking on ground that became gradually more solid, more real with each step. The humming faded behind me, or maybe I faded from it, becoming less receptive to its frequency as I moved back toward ordinary space. But something followed me back. I can feel it in the apartment now, a presence that doesn't quite exist but isn't quite absent either. It moves through the rooms when I'm not looking, rearranging small things, leaving impressions in cushions where no one has sat. The air moves differently around it, creating tiny currents I can feel on my skin but can't see. My reflection has stopped matching my movements. I'll raise my hand, and it will raise its hand a second later, as if the light has to travel farther to reach the mirror than it should. Sometimes it doesn't raise its hand at all. It just watches me with eyes that are definitely mine but somehow different, as if they've been looking at things my eyes haven't seen. The lights behind the trees are still there, even though I'm no longer in the forest. I can see them when I close my eyes, pulsing in that same rhythm, 3 long, 2 short. They're waiting for something, or maybe they're calling to something. The humming in the walls grows stronger when I think about them, as if distance doesn't matter, as if the space between there and here has become negotiable. Objects breathe now, not obviously, just a subtle expansion and contraction that I notice from the corner of my eye. Books swell slightly and then settle back to their normal size. Picture frames flex almost imperceptibly. The walls themselves seem to pulse, in rhythm with something I can feel but not hear. I find marks on my skin that I don't remember getting. Not injuries exactly, just small impressions, like the marks you get from sleeping on rumpled sheets. But these marks are too precise, too regular. They form patterns I almost recognize, geometric shapes that seem familiar in a way that makes my teeth ache. The envelope doesn't come this Wednesday. Instead, there's just that scent, stronger now, almost overwhelming. It fills the hallway and seeps under my door, carrying with it the sound of humming and the memory of lights that pulse in impossible colors. I kneel down and press my face to the floor where the envelope should be, breathing in the metallic ozone until my lungs burn and my vision starts to blur. When I look up, the hallway stretches longer than it should, the walls curving away into darkness. The other doors have changed, their numbers shifting into symbols I don't recognize. At the far end, barely visible, something moves with a light that doesn't illuminate anything around it. I don't remember walking toward it, but my feet remember the feeling of that yielding ground, the way each step left a glowing impression that faded just as the next foot fell. The humming grows louder with each step, more complex, until it becomes something I can see as well as hear, patterns of light and sound that weave together into meaning I can almost grasp. But I never quite reach it. I always find myself back in my apartment, standing by the door, the faint scent of metal and ozone lingering in the air. The clock shows a time that doesn't match any time I remember seeing before. My reflection in the kitchen window shows someone who looks like me, but with eyes that have seen lights behind trees, someone who has walked on ground that glows and breathes. It always starts the same way, with a thin envelope that should be slipped beneath my door every Wednesday morning. Today, there is no envelope at all, just a faint scent lingering in its usual place, and the certainty that somewhere behind trees that may or may not exist, lights are pulsing in a rhythm that matches the beating of a heart I'm not sure is mine. Story 3. The inventory checklist commenced at 0700 hours with items logged in numerical order. Storage Unit 1 contained 94 boxes, each sealed and labeled as expected. Anomalies noted in Storage Unit 2, with 12 additional boxes unaccounted for in previous reports. Surveillance footage reviewed and found intact, spanning 23:00 to 06:59 hours without interruption. Unlabeled box discovered at the rear of Unit 3, contents unspecified in system records. The keypad entry log displayed only authorized access codes. Temperatures within all units remained consistent at 17°C. The ambient noise levels registered steadily, yet the security alarm tripped at 02:59 hours without a visible trigger. I found this report in my handwriting. The paper feels familiar between my fingers, but I don't remember writing these words. I don't remember working anywhere that had storage units. I don't remember being the kind of person who writes reports. But here it is, tucked inside a folder on my desk, alongside receipts for groceries I don't recall buying and a parking ticket from a place I've never been. The handwriting is definitely mine. I recognize the way I form my sevens, the slight leftward slant of my letters. Yet reading it feels like discovering someone else's diary. Something happened to me. I know this with the same certainty I know my own reflection, even though I can't pinpoint what exactly changed. There are gaps in my memory, not dramatic black holes, but subtle absences. Like walking into a room and forgetting why you came, except the feeling never goes away. I've been trying to piece it together. The fragments come slowly, triggered by the strangest things. The hum of the refrigerator, the way morning light filters through my blinds, the taste of tap water that seems different somehow, carrying a metallic undertone I don't remember noticing before. The first concrete clue came when I was cleaning out my phone. Buried in my voice memos between a grocery list and a reminder to call the dentist, I found a recording I didn't remember making. The timestamp shows it was created recently, but the quality is strange. There's static underneath my voice and I sound different, distant, like I'm speaking from the bottom of a well. I've listened to it dozens of times now. In the recording, I'm whispering. I never whisper. My voice is urgent but controlled, like I'm trying not to be heard by someone nearby. The lights keep shifting frequency, my voice says through the static. Started as white, now they're cycling through colors I can't name. The humming is getting louder. I can feel it in my teeth. Need to document this. Need to remember what I'm seeing before it stops me from seeing. The recording cuts off abruptly. No fade, no natural ending, just silence. I don't remember making this recording. I don't remember being anywhere with strange lights or humming sounds, but my voice carries a conviction that unsettles me. I sound like someone who knows exactly what they're experiencing, even though I have no memory of experiencing it. The first fragment came while I was listening to the recording for maybe the 20th time. I was sitting in my kitchen, headphones on, when suddenly the familiar walls seemed to shift. For just a moment, I wasn't in my kitchen anymore. I was standing in a long corridor. The walls were concrete, painted that institutional green you see in old schools and government buildings. Fluorescent lights ran along the ceiling, but they weren't working properly. They flickered in sequence, creating patterns of light and shadow that moved like waves down the hallway. The air tasted metallic, not just the usual staleness of an underground space, but something sharper, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the atmosphere itself feels charged. I was walking toward something. My footsteps echoed, but the sound was wrong. Each step seemed to bounce back from too many directions, creating a cascade of noise that made it impossible to tell how long the corridor was or where it ended. Then I was back in my kitchen, headphones still on, the recording still playing. The transition was seamless, like waking from a dream you can't quite shake. But I could still taste the metal in the air. That fragment opened something. Over the following days, more pieces began surfacing. They came without warning, triggered by seemingly random stimuli. The sound of an electrical transformer humming outside my window, the reflection of car headlights moving across my ceiling, the particular shade of green on a traffic light. The second fragment was more disturbing. I was in the same corridor, but now I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. It came from behind me, matching my pace exactly. When I walked faster, the breathing quickened. When I slowed, it slowed too. I tried to turn around, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like being trapped in one of those dreams where you're trying to run, but your legs won't work, except I was fully conscious. I could think clearly, could feel the rough texture of the concrete walls when I brushed against them, could smell that strange metallic scent growing stronger. The breathing got closer, not the steady rhythm of someone walking, but something irregular, wet, like air being forced through liquid. I reached a door at the end of the corridor. It was heavy, industrial, with a small window set at eye level. Through the glass, I could see a room filled with that same flickering light, but brighter, much brighter. The light pulsed in patterns that seemed almost rhythmic, like a heartbeat made visible. My hand was reaching for the door handle when the fragment ended. I found myself standing in my bathroom, staring at my reflection in the mirror, but something was wrong with the reflection. It was me, definitely me, but I was wearing clothes I didn't recognize. A gray uniform with no markings, like something a maintenance worker might wear. In the reflection, my eyes looked different too, wider, like I was seeing something that terrified me. I looked down at myself. I was wearing my regular clothes, a blue sweater and jeans. When I looked back at the mirror, the reflection matched. But for those few seconds, I had seen something else entirely. These incidents started happening more frequently. I'd be washing dishes and suddenly taste that metallic air. I'd be reading and hear that wet breathing sound coming from the next room, but when I checked, nothing was there. My reflection would occasionally lag a fraction of a second behind my movements, like a video call with poor connection. I started keeping a journal, trying to document everything. But when I read my entries the next day, some of them described things I didn't remember writing. Detailed observations about the progression of light patterns and auditory anomalies in the ventilation system. Technical language that didn't sound like my usual way of speaking. One entry, written in my handwriting but in pencil instead of my usual pen, simply said, "They're making me forget, but the body remembers what the mind cannot hold." I don't remember writing that. I rarely use pencils. The third fragment came while I was trying to sleep. I had been lying in bed, listening to the familiar sounds of my neighborhood settling in for the night, when suddenly the sounds changed. The distant hum of traffic became something else, a low, mechanical drone that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I was back in that place, but now I was in the bright room beyond the door. The space was larger than I had expected, with a high ceiling that disappeared into shadow. The walls were lined with equipment I didn't recognize. Panels covered in switches and dials, screens displaying patterns that shifted too quickly to follow. But it was the smell that hit me first. Not just the metallic scent from the corridor, but something new, sharp and clinical, like new plastic mixed with something organic. Something that reminded me of the way a hospital smells, but wrong somehow, sweeter, more cloying. I wasn't alone in the room. There were others, but I couldn't see them clearly. They moved in my peripheral vision, always just outside my direct line of sight. When I tried to turn my head to look at them, that same paralysis would set in. I could hear them, though, footsteps that didn't quite sound human, too light with an odd rhythm, and voices speaking in low tones I couldn't quite make out. The equipment around me was humming, all of it slightly out of sync, creating a complex harmony of mechanical sounds. But underneath it all was something else. A sound like static but organic, like the noise you might hear if you could listen to your own nervous system working. One of the figures approached me. I still couldn't turn to look directly, but I could sense them getting closer. They smelled like that sharp, sweet scent, but stronger, overwhelming. Something touched my forehead. Not a hand, the contact felt wrong, too cold, with a texture like smooth metal, but somehow yielding. The moment it made contact, the world exploded into white light. I woke up in my bed, but I wasn't sure I had been asleep. The transition felt too sudden, too clean, and I could still smell that sweet, clinical scent lingering in my bedroom. When I got up to check my journal, I found a new entry I didn't remember making. This one was written in red ink, in handwriting that was almost mine, but not quite. The letters were more angular, more precise. The procedure is reversible, but the subject shows unusual resistance to memory suppression. Recommend increasing dosage for next session. Note: subject appears to be accessing restricted memories through sensory triggers. Monitor for additional breakthrough episodes. Below that, in my normal handwriting and usual blue pen, I had written, "This isn't my writing, but I found it in my journal. I'm scared to sleep." I don't remember writing either entry. The breakthrough episodes, as that strange note called them, were becoming more frequent and more vivid, but they were also becoming harder to distinguish from reality. I'd be walking down the street and suddenly the pavement would flicker, becoming that institutional green concrete for just a moment. I'd hear that wet breathing sound in crowded places, coming from right behind me, but when I turned around, there would be nothing unusual. My reflection started acting more erratically. Sometimes it would move a few seconds before I did, like it was anticipating my actions. Other times it would continue moving after I stopped, completing gestures I hadn't made. I found more objects that didn't belong to me. A small metal device about the size of a thumb drive tucked behind my books. It was warm to the touch and vibrated slightly, irregularly, like a phone receiving messages. But there were no buttons, no ports, no obvious way to interact with it. When I held it, the vibrations seemed to sync with my heartbeat. The device triggered the most vivid fragment yet. I was strapped to a table in that bright room. The restraints weren't rough or painful, they felt almost medical, padded and precise, but I couldn't move anything except my eyes. The figures were clearer now. They wore the same gray uniforms I had seen in my reflection, but their movements were too fluid, too coordinated, like they were all part of the same organism. They worked around me with instruments I couldn't identify, speaking in those low voices that never quite resolved into words I could understand. One of them held up the small metal device. In this context, it looked different, more complex. There were seams and joints I hadn't noticed before, places where it seemed to unfold or extend. As I watched, it began to change shape, growing small appendages that moved with organic flexibility. The figure brought it closer to my head. I tried to struggle, but the restraints held firm. The device made contact with my temple, and immediately that white light flooded my vision again. But this time, instead of ending the fragment, it seemed to intensify it. I could feel the device working, not painful exactly, but deeply invasive, like someone was carefully editing a document inside my brain, deleting some passages and rewriting others. I was aware of memories being removed, but I couldn't hold on to them long enough to know what I was losing. The process seemed to take forever, but I knew that was an illusion. Time moved differently in that place. I could feel hours passing in what might have been seconds, or seconds stretching into hours. When it was over, one of the figures leaned close to my ear. For the first time, I heard words I could understand, spoken in a voice that sounded almost human but not quite. The tone was wrong, like someone imitating speech without fully understanding how it should sound. "You will remember only what serves the process," the voice said. "The rest will fade like dreams." But something went wrong. I could feel it in the way the figures moved around me, more hurried now, less coordinated. The equipment began making different sounds, alarms mixing with that organic static. The lights flickered more rapidly, and that sweet smell grew stronger, almost nauseating. The figure with the device tried the procedure again, but this time I felt myself pushing back. Not physically, I still couldn't move, but mentally, like flexing a muscle I didn't know I had. The white light came again, but dimmer. I could feel the device trying to edit my memories, but some part of me was copying them as fast as they were being erased, storing them in places the device couldn't reach. That's when I understood this wasn't the first time. This had happened before, maybe many times, but something was different this time. Something was allowing me to remember. The fragment ended abruptly, and I was back in my apartment, holding the small device. But now it felt different in my hands, heavier, more complex. When I looked at it closely, I could see those seams I had noticed in the fragment, faint lines where it might unfold or extend. I tried pressing on different spots, but nothing happened. The device just continued its irregular vibrating, warm against my palm. That night I had the most disturbing experience yet. I wasn't asleep, but I wasn't fully awake either. I was lying in bed, in that space between consciousness and dreams, when I became aware that someone was in my room. Not someone, something. It stood at the foot of my bed, just outside the range of the streetlight coming through my window. I couldn't make out details, but I could sense its presence. It was watching me, studying me, with an attention so focused it felt almost physical. I tried to move, to turn on the light, but that familiar paralysis held me in place. I could only lie there while the thing observed me. Then it spoke in that same almost human voice from the fragment. "The process is incomplete," it said. "You are remembering too much." I felt something touch my forehead, that same cold, yielding contact. The white light began to build behind my eyelids, but this time I was ready for it. I focused on that mental muscle I had discovered, pushing back against the intrusion. The light flickered and dimmed, the touch withdrew. "Interesting," the voice said. "The subject has developed resistance. New protocols will be required." The presence withdrew, but slowly, reluctantly. I lay there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to sleep, afraid to do anything that might bring it back. When morning came, I found another entry in my journal. This one was in that angular red handwriting again. "Subject demonstrates unusual neural plasticity. Standard memory suppression protocols prove insufficient. Recommend transfer to advanced containment facility for comprehensive reconditioning. Below it in my own handwriting, they were here in my room. They're not done with me. I don't remember writing my entry either, but I remember the fear that must have prompted it. Since that night, the boundaries between the fragments and reality have become increasingly blurred. I'll be doing something mundane, making coffee, checking email, and suddenly I'm back in that corridor, or that bright room, or strapped to that table. But now these experiences feel just as real as my apartment, my job, my normal life. Sometimes I catch myself speaking in that technical language from my journal entries, describing auditory anomalies and neural fluctuations as if these are normal parts of my vocabulary. Sometimes I look in the mirror and see myself wearing that gray uniform, even though I'm dressed normally. The small device has become more active. It vibrates constantly now, and sometimes it grows warm enough to be uncomfortable. I've started carrying it with me everywhere, though I'm not sure why. It feels important, like a key to something I need to unlock. I found more objects that don't belong to me. A badge with no name, just a number, 847. A key card for a building I don't recognize. A photograph of the corridor from my fragments, but taken from an angle I never experienced. In the photo, I can see a figure walking away from the camera. The figure is wearing a gray uniform and has my general build, but I can't see the face. The photograph troubles me more than anything else because it suggests that someone else was there, documenting my experiences. Someone who could move freely while I was trapped in those fragments. Yesterday I discovered something that changed everything. I was going through old files on my computer, looking for any other clues I might have missed when I found a folder I didn't remember creating. It was labeled Recovery Protocol and contained dozens of audio files. The files were recordings of my voice, but not like the whispered memo I had found earlier. These were clear, professional-sounding reports. In them, I spoke with authority about subjects and procedures and memory modification protocols. I sounded like someone who understood exactly what was happening, someone who was part of the process rather than a victim of it. In one recording, I heard myself say, Subject 847 continues to show remarkable resistance to standard suppression techniques. The neural pathways appear to be self-repairing faster than we can modify them. I recommend we try the new experimental approach despite the risks. Subject 847, the same number on the badge I found. In another recording, the subject has begun accessing restricted memories through sensory association. We may need to consider more aggressive intervention. The integrity of the project depends on maintaining proper memory barriers. As I listened to these files, I felt a growing sense of recognition. Not memory exactly, but familiarity, like hearing a song you know but can't name. The final recording was different from the others. My voice was strained, urgent. Something's wrong with the process. Subject 847 isn't just resisting the memory modification, they're somehow retaining everything and hiding it from our scans. It's like they've developed a secondary consciousness that we can't access. We need to abort the procedure and move to full containment. Then in a whisper, I think they know I'm recording this. I think they know I'm starting to remember too. If someone finds these files, you need to understand we're not the researchers. We're all subjects. The real researchers aren't human. The recording ended there. I've been sitting in my apartment for hours now, trying to process what this means. The fragments, the strange objects, the journal entries I don't remember writing, they're all pieces of a larger picture I'm only beginning to see. I think I was part of whatever happened in that place, not just a victim but a participant, maybe even a willing one, at least initially. The technical language, the professional reports, the way I seem to understand the procedures, it all suggests I was involved in the process of studying and modifying human memory. But something went wrong. The procedure that was supposed to make me forget instead created some kind of split in my consciousness. Part of me forgot as intended, but another part, hidden deeper, retained everything and began slowly feeding information back to my conscious mind through fragments and triggers. The real question is, what was the purpose of the research, and who or what were the real researchers that my recorded voice mentioned? I've been experiencing more present-day anomalies. My reflection now moves independently about half the time, sometimes making gestures I don't recognize, sometimes appearing to mouth words I can't hear. The small device has begun emitting sounds, not mechanical beeps, but something more organic, like breathing, but with an electronic undertone. The smell of new plastic and cold blood has started appearing in my apartment, usually in the early morning when the light is dim. It's faint but persistent, and it seems to trigger more vivid fragments. In the most recent fragment, I saw myself from the outside, as if through someone else's eyes. I was standing in that bright room, but I wasn't strapped to the table. I was moving freely, taking notes on a clipboard, observing other figures who were restrained on similar tables. I looked professional, competent, like someone who belonged there, but my eyes were wrong. They had that same wide, frightened look I had seen in my mirror reflection, like part of me was screaming while another part calmly took notes. One of the restrained figures turned their head toward me, and I recognized my own face, but it was me from a different time, or maybe a different version of me entirely. This other me mouthed a single word: run. The fragment ended, but the word echoed in my mind. Run from what? From whom? And how do you run from something that's already inside your head? I think they're coming back for me. The presence I felt in my room that night, it hasn't returned, but I can sense it getting closer. The device vibrates more urgently now, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision that disappears when I turn to look. My journal entries have become more frequent and more disturbing. Yesterday I found one that simply repeated the same phrase over and over. The process is reversible, but the subject shows unusual resistance. 57 times in that angular red handwriting. I didn't write it, I'm sure I didn't write it, but it appeared in my journal in a section I check every day. The boundaries between memory and reality have almost completely dissolved. I can no longer tell if I'm experiencing fragments of the past or if these events are happening in the present. The corridor, the bright room, the restraints, they feel as immediate and real as my apartment. Sometimes I wake up and I'm not sure where I am. The walls might be the familiar blue of my bedroom or the institutional green of that other place. The distinction seems less important each day. I've started to suspect that my apartment itself might not be real, or rather, it might be real, but not in the way I understand reality. It could be another kind of containment, a more sophisticated form of the same research that created those fragments. The thought should terrify me, but instead it brings an odd sense of relief. If nothing I'm experiencing is entirely real, then maybe the growing sense of being watched, of being studied, of being prepared for something I can't understand, maybe that's not real either. But the device in my hand is warm and vibrating, and when I hold it up to the light, I can see those seams more clearly now. It's definitely designed to unfold, to become something more complex than it appears. I think I know what it is. I think it's the key to everything, not just to understanding what happened to me, but to controlling it. The question is whether I have the courage to use it. The fragments are coming faster now, overlapping with my present experience until I can barely tell them apart. I see that corridor when I walk down my hallway. I smell that sweet, clinical scent when I open my refrigerator. I hear that wet breathing when I'm alone in my apartment. And sometimes when I catch my reflection at just the right angle, I see someone else entirely. Someone in a gray uniform, holding a clipboard, taking notes on my behavior with professional detachment. Someone who looks exactly like me, but whose eyes hold knowledge I don't remember acquiring. I think that person is still in there, somewhere in my mind, watching everything I do and reporting back to whoever is running this process. The question is, am I the researcher pretending to be the subject, or the subject pretending to be the researcher? Or maybe there's no difference anymore. The device is getting warmer. The vibrations are becoming more regular, more purposeful, like a countdown. I think it's time to find out what it really does. But first, I need to ask myself one final question. Do I really want to remember everything, or is there a reason I was made to forget? Some doors once opened can never be closed again. And something tells me that whatever is waiting on the other side of this mystery is still watching, still waiting, still very much interested in the unusual resistance of Subject 847. The process may be reversible, but I'm beginning to wonder if I ever really want it to be. Story 4. The alarm was set to ring at 6:30 a.m., yet no indication of activity was noted until 7:15 a.m. The kitchen remained orderly, one cereal bowl, one spoon, both clean and dry on the countertop. The refrigerator door was slightly ajar, yet registered at optimal internal temperature. Shoes were placed neatly by the entrance, suggesting planned departure, but outerwear was still hung undisturbed on the rack. The newspaper rested uncollected on the porch, contrary to established habit. The clock on the wall continued its steady tick, though the battery compartment was empty upon examination. I tell myself these details don't matter. They're just observations someone else might make, looking at my morning routine from the outside. But I keep thinking about that clock, how it kept ticking without batteries. How my shoes were positioned exactly as I'd planned to leave, yet I never left. The dream started simple enough. I was lying in my bed, but the ceiling seemed higher than usual. There was a light not harsh, just present, an oval glow that pulsed gently like breathing. It hung there above me, unmoving but alive somehow. I remember thinking it was probably just the streetlight filtering through my curtains in some odd way. Stress does funny things to sleep. Work had been demanding lately, deadlines pressing against my temples even in rest. When I woke, I felt refreshed. The dream faded like they always do, leaving only the faintest impression of that oval light. I made coffee, checked my phone, went through the motions of another ordinary day. But throughout those waking hours, I found myself glancing up at ceilings, expecting something that wasn't there. The second time the dream lasted longer. I was in the same position, same bed, same elevated ceiling, but now I could hear something beneath the silence. A constant hum, low and steady, like someone was modulating a frequency only I could hear. The oval light pulsed in rhythm with it, and I realized I could feel the vibration in my chest, behind my ribs, as if my bones were tuning forks. I tried to move, to turn my head and break whatever spell held me there. My body felt heavy, not paralyzed exactly, but as if I were submerged in something denser than air. The humming grew closer, more distinct. Somewhere in that sound there was almost a voice, almost words, but every time I strained to understand, the meaning slipped away like water through cupped hands. The light began to move then, not dramatically, just a gentle drift from left to right, casting new shadows on walls that seemed both familiar and wrong. I wanted to wake up, felt that desperate need you get sometimes in dreams when you know you're dreaming but can't quite surface. But the humming held me there, wrapped around my consciousness like a warm, insistent current. When I finally opened my eyes in my actual bedroom, the sun was already streaming through the windows. I'd overslept by nearly an hour, something that rarely happened. My mouth tasted metallic, like I'd been breathing recycled air all night. I sat up slowly, feeling strangely drained, as if I hadn't slept at all. That's when I noticed the small mark on my forearm, a tiny red circle, perfectly round, no bigger than a pencil eraser. It wasn't painful, didn't itch or burn, just there where it hadn't been the night before. I pressed it gently, expecting tenderness, but felt nothing. Probably a bug bite, I reasoned, or maybe I'd bumped into something and forgotten. But as I went about my morning routine, I kept catching myself listening for that humming sound. In the quiet moments between turning on the coffee maker and checking my messages, I'd pause and strain my ears, almost disappointed when I heard nothing but ordinary household sounds. The mark on my arm faded within a few days, but the dreams returned with increasing frequency. Each time I remained in that same position, staring up at the oval light while the humming grew more complex, more layered. I began to distinguish different tones within it, harmonies that suggested purpose, intelligence. The light would drift in slow patterns above me, sometimes coming closer, sometimes retreating, but always maintaining that gentle, breath-like pulse. I felt as if I were being lifted during these dreams, though no part of my body actually moved. It was a sensation of weightlessness, of being carefully supported by invisible hands. The air around me carried a sharp scent, like ozone after a storm, but cleaner, more artificial. It reminded me of hospitals, of machinery running in sterile rooms. The voice in the humming became clearer with each dream, not words exactly, but something that bypassed language entirely and spoke directly to some deeper part of my mind. I began to understand, without knowing how, that I was being shown something important, something I needed to remember. But remember what? When I woke from these dreams, I felt like I was grasping for something essential that kept slipping away. The harder I tried to hold onto the details, the faster they evaporated, leaving only that lingering sense of significance and the faint metallic taste in my mouth. My waking life began to shift in small ways. I'd find myself standing in rooms with no memory of walking there. Electronic devices would flicker when I passed by. My laptop screen would static for a moment. The radio would briefly tune to empty frequencies filled with soft white noise. My phone started picking up interference, strange clicking sounds during calls that made conversations difficult. Friends began to comment on my distraction. They'd ask questions I couldn't answer because I hadn't heard them speaking. I was listening for something else, that constant hum that seemed to exist just beneath the threshold of normal hearing. In quiet moments, I could almost catch it, like trying to hear a conversation in the next room through thin walls. The dreams grew more vivid than my waking hours. Reality felt muted, filtered, while those nighttime experiences carried a hyperreal clarity that made everything else seem like shadows. I began to look forward to sleep, to that moment when the ceiling would stretch impossibly high and the oval light would appear, pulsing its gentle rhythm while the humming filled my chest with vibrations that felt like coming home. Time became unreliable. I'd close my eyes for what felt like hours in the dream, experiencing long, complex interactions with the light and the voice, only to wake and discover that mere minutes had passed. Or the reverse would happen. I'd have a brief, simple dream, then wake to find that I'd been asleep for much longer than seemed possible. The metallic taste in my mouth became constant. I visited a dentist, thinking perhaps I had some kind of infection or reaction to old fillings, but the examination revealed nothing unusual. My teeth were fine, my mouth healthy. The taste persisted anyway, accompanied by a subtle tingling sensation on my tongue, as if I'd been touching batteries. I started finding small objects out of place in my home. Nothing dramatic or obviously disturbed, just minor dislocations that shouldn't have mattered but somehow did. A book moved from one shelf to another. A coffee cup in the sink that I didn't remember using. My keys in my jacket pocket instead of on the hook by the door. Each discovery felt significant in a way I couldn't explain, like clues to a puzzle I didn't know I was solving. The dreams began to bleed into my waking consciousness. I'd be sitting at my desk, working on some mundane task, when I'd suddenly hear that humming sound, faint but unmistakable. I'd look up, expecting to see the oval light, but find only ordinary ceiling fixtures and empty air. The sound would fade after a few seconds, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined it. Electronic interference intensified. Street lights would flicker as I walked beneath them. The television would briefly show static-filled channels I hadn't selected. My car radio would tune itself to empty frequencies, filling the space with soft white noise that carried almost familiar patterns. I began to recognize rhythms in the static, pulses that matched the breathing light from my dreams. I started losing time during the day. I'd be walking down the street, focused on some destination, then suddenly find myself standing still with no memory of stopping. Minutes would have passed, sometimes more, but I couldn't account for them. During these gaps, I'd have the faint impression of having heard something important, but the memory would slip away before I could grasp it. The mark on my forearm returned in exactly the same spot. This time I watched it carefully, documenting its appearance with photos, measuring its size and monitoring any changes. It remained perfectly circular, perfectly red, showing no signs of healing or fading. After a week, it simply vanished overnight, leaving no trace on my skin but persisting clearly in the photographs. Sleep became a different country entirely. The moment I closed my eyes, I was immediately in that elevated space, staring up at the oval light while the complex humming filled every cell of my body. The voice was clearer now, almost conversational, though I still couldn't translate its meaning into conventional language. I understood it in the same way I understood hunger or tiredness, as a direct physical knowledge that bypassed conscious thought. The light began to show me things. Images would appear within its glow, scenes that felt like memories but couldn't be mine. I saw rooms I'd never visited, faces I'd never met, procedures involving equipment I couldn't identify. The images came with emotional weight, a sense of importance and familiarity that made no logical sense but felt absolutely true. I began to suspect these weren't dreams at all. The consistency was too perfect, the details too stable. Real dreams shift and change, follow their own bizarre logic. But these experiences maintained a documentary quality, as if I were observing rather than creating them. The oval light was always in exactly the same position. The humming always carried the same harmonic progressions. The weightless sensation always felt identical. During my waking hours, I found myself drawn to look up at the sky, especially at night. I'd stand in my backyard, scanning the darkness for something I couldn't name. The stars seemed different somehow, arranged in patterns that tugged at my memory without quite connecting to anything specific. I'd stay out there for hours, listening to the subtle sounds of the night and waiting for that familiar humming to break through. The electronic interference reached a point where normal devices became unreliable around me. My laptop would shut down unexpectedly. My phone would display error messages in languages I didn't recognize. Digital clocks would show impossible times before resetting themselves. I began to feel like a walking electromagnetic anomaly, disrupting the orderly flow of electronic information wherever I went. Friends and colleagues started avoiding me, though they couldn't articulate why. They'd make excuses to cut conversations short, find reasons to postpone meetings, generally create distance without any obvious conflict. I understood their instinct. Something about me had changed, become unsettling in ways that operated below conscious awareness. I was becoming a source of vague discomfort, a person who made others feel inexplicably uneasy. The dreams, if they were dreams, now lasted longer than my waking periods. I'd close my eyes and immediately enter that elevated space, spending what felt like hours in communion with the oval light and its complex communications. When I finally surfaced to ordinary consciousness, only minutes had passed in the external world. I was living primarily in that other space now, visiting regular reality only briefly between longer stays in the humming, illuminated chamber of my sleep. The voice began to feel familiar, like someone I'd known for years but hadn't seen recently. Its rhythms matched something deep in my memory, a cadence that felt like coming home. I started responding to it, not with words but with some kind of direct mental acknowledgement. Our communications became interactive, a flowing exchange of meanings that transcended normal language. I realized I was being prepared for something. The repeated visits, the gradual increase in clarity and duration, the slow integration of these experiences into my waking consciousness, it all felt like a careful process of acclimatization. Someone or something was helping me remember, guiding me back toward knowledge I'd somehow lost or forgotten. The last clear memory I have of ordinary waking life involves standing in my kitchen, staring at that empty battery compartment in the wall clock. The clock was still ticking, still keeping perfect time, despite having no power source. I touched the metal contacts where batteries should have been, and felt a familiar tingling sensation, the same subtle electrical feeling I'd been experiencing on my tongue. That night I closed my eyes and found myself in the familiar elevated space. The oval light pulsed above me, the complex humming filled my chest with its harmonic vibrations, but something was different. The light began to descend, growing larger and brighter as it approached. The humming resolved into something unmistakably like welcome, like recognition, like an old friend saying hello after a long absence. I felt myself being lifted, not in the gentle, weightless way of previous dreams, but physically, actually rising from the bed toward the approaching light. The sensation was completely real, more solid and immediate than anything I'd experienced in weeks. The artificial ozone scent grew stronger, the metallic taste in my mouth intensified, and I understood with perfect clarity that this wasn't a dream at all. It had never been a dream. As the light enveloped me, I felt a profound sense of returning, of arriving somewhere I'd been many times before. The voice in the humming spoke directly to my mind now, clear as ordinary conversation, explaining things I'd forgotten, reminding me of agreements I'd made, preparing me for what came next. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in my bed, staring up at my normal ceiling in my ordinary bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the windows, birds sang outside, everything appeared completely normal. I sat up slowly, feeling rested and alert, more clear-headed than I'd been in weeks. But when I looked at my forearm, the small red circle was there again, and this time it wasn't alone. There were others, arranged in a precise pattern up my arm, each one perfectly round, perfectly red, and completely painless. I counted them carefully, 7 marks total, forming a design that looked almost like a constellation. I walked to the kitchen to make coffee and noticed the wall clock had stopped. When I checked the battery compartment, I found 2 fresh batteries properly installed, their metal surfaces still cool to the touch. But the clock remained motionless, its hands frozen at exactly 3:17. I have no memory of changing those batteries. The humming has started again, very faint, just at the edge of hearing. The oval light hasn't appeared yet, but I can feel it gathering somewhere above me, preparing to pulse its gentle rhythm, while familiar voices welcome me back to a place I'm finally beginning to remember. The alarm is set for 6:30 a.m., but I suspect there will be no indication of normal activity when morning comes. The kitchen will remain orderly, shoes positioned for departure that won't happen, newspaper uncollected on the porch. And somewhere, someone will notice these details and wonder what they mean, just as I once did, before I understood that some questions have answers that exist beyond the boundaries of ordinary sleep. The humming grows stronger now, more complex, more welcoming. The ceiling above me stretches impossibly high, and I can see the first faint glow of that familiar oval light beginning to form in the darkness overhead. I'm no longer afraid. I'm coming home. Story 5. The scent of fresh paint lingered as the sun painted long shadows across the silent living room. An unfinished puzzle lay strewn upon the coffee table, a single piece conspicuously missing. The walls seemed to absorb any noise, creating an unsettling stillness. Amidst the orderly chaos of moving boxes, one window was slightly ajar, its curtain nudged by a gentle breeze, as if whispering secrets. An inexplicable chill wrapped the air, hinting at something just beyond my understanding, waiting to reveal itself. I've been staring at this room for what feels like hours, trying to remember why everything feels wrong. The boxes are mine. The furniture is mine, but something happened here that I can't quite grasp, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. My mind keeps circling back to the same empty space where a memory should be, but there's only a hollow echo instead. The doctors said memory gaps are normal after trauma, but they couldn't tell me what kind of trauma. There were no injuries, no signs of anything physical. Just this persistent feeling that I've lost something important, something that changed me in ways I'm still discovering. My reflection looks the same, but sometimes I catch myself staring at my own eyes in the mirror, searching for someone I used to know. I've been different since the move. Sleep comes in fragments, if at all. Food tastes like cardboard. Even my own voice sounds foreign when I hear it played back on recordings. Speaking of recordings, that's how this whole investigation started. Yesterday, while unpacking the last box of electronics, I found my old digital recorder buried beneath tangled cables. The battery was dead, but when I charged it and pressed play, there was a file I didn't remember making. The timestamp was corrupted, showing only static symbols, but the audio was clear enough to make my hands shake. It was my voice, but speaking in a monotone I'd never heard myself use before. The words were simple, methodical, like someone dictating a report. The frequency is consistent, no variation in the pattern. Subject appears responsive but distant. Recording will continue through the transition period. Subject, I called myself a subject. I must have played that file a dozen times, each repetition making my skin crawl more than the last. The strangest part wasn't what I said, but what I could hear beneath my voice. a low humming, almost musical, that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. And underneath that, something that sounded like breathing, but too slow, too deliberate to be human. That recording triggered something, not a complete memory, but fragments, like looking at the world through a shattered window. I started writing everything down, every flash of recollection, no matter how bizarre or incomplete. The first fragment came while I was making coffee. The familiar smell of brewing grounds suddenly transported me somewhere else. I was standing in this same kitchen, but the walls were different, darker somehow. There were voices around me, but not speaking to me. They were discussing me as if I wasn't there or couldn't understand them. Baseline readings are stable, one voice said, clinical and detached. Neural pathways are responding within expected parameters. I remember trying to turn toward the voices, but my body felt heavy, disconnected. My arms moved like they were underwater, and when I looked down at my hands, they seemed to belong to someone else. The voices continued their conversation, but the words became distorted, stretching and warping until they sounded more like electronic interference than human speech. Then I was back in my kitchen, coffee mug trembling in my grip, wondering if I was losing my mind. The fragments kept coming after that, triggered by the smallest things. The sound of the refrigerator humming would send me back to a room filled with similar mechanical noises, but amplified and overlapping until they created a symphony of artificial sounds. I could see lights in these memories, but they weren't normal lights. They pulsed and flickered in patterns that hurt to look at directly, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. I found more evidence of my missing time while going through old files on my computer. There were documents I didn't remember creating, filled with observations written in my own clinical style. One file, labeled simply Progress Notes, contained entries that made no sense. Day unknown, perception of linear time continues to fluctuate. Subject reports increased sensitivity to electromagnetic frequencies. Standard lighting causes discomfort. Recommend adjustment to spectrum parameters. Sleep patterns remain disrupted. Dreams, if they can be called that, consist primarily of geometric patterns and recurring audio loops. Subject shows signs of adaptation, but resistance persists. Memory integration proceeding slower than anticipated. Gaps in recall are widening rather than narrowing. Consider alternative approaches. Reading these notes felt like discovering someone else's diary, except the handwriting was unmistakably mine. The clinical detachment in my own words was perhaps the most disturbing part. I was writing about myself like a scientist observing a lab specimen. But the real breakthrough came when I found the video file. It was hidden deep in a folder I'd never seen before, compressed and corrupted enough that it took hours to properly decode. When it finally played, I wished I had left it buried. The footage was grainy, shot from a fixed position, showing what appeared to be me sitting in a chair in an unfamiliar room. But something was wrong with the image. My movements were too slow, too measured, like I was moving through thick liquid. Periodically, the video would glitch, showing brief flashes of things that couldn't be there. In one frame, there appeared to be additional figures standing behind me, but when I paused and tried to examine them more closely, they dissolved into digital artifacts. The audio was even more disturbing. My voice was there, responding to questions I couldn't hear, but the words were wrong. I was describing sensations and experiences that felt familiar yet impossible. The vibration starts at the base of the skull, I heard myself say in that same monotone from the recorder. It spreads downward through the spine, creating a resonance that extends beyond the physical form. Vision becomes peripheral. Primary awareness shifts to auditory and tactile input. As I watched this impossible version of myself, I began to remember being in that chair. The memory came in waves, each one more complete and more terrifying than the last. I remembered the room now. It was perfectly white, with no visible corners or edges, as if the walls curved seamlessly into each other. The chair I sat in wasn't really a chair, but something that molded itself to my body, supporting me in a position that felt both comfortable and completely unnatural. The beings, if that's what they were, never appeared clearly in my peripheral vision. They existed just outside my ability to focus on them, like shadows that moved when I wasn't looking directly. But I could feel them watching, taking notes, discussing my responses in voices that sounded almost human, but with subtle wrongness in their inflection and rhythm. They would ask me questions, not with words, but by somehow placing the concepts directly into my mind. I would respond, but not with my voice. The answers came from somewhere deeper, some part of me that existed below conscious thought. They were mapping me, I realized, creating a detailed chart of my consciousness, my reactions, my very sense of self. The strangest part was that I wasn't afraid during these sessions. Fear seemed to have been temporarily disconnected, like a circuit that had been carefully bypassed. I observed everything with detached curiosity, as if watching someone else's experience. Only now, remembering it in fragments, did the terror begin to set in. But even as these memories crystallized, I began to notice that my present reality was becoming unstable. The investigation itself seemed to be changing me, or perhaps revealing changes that had already occurred. Mirrors became problematic. Sometimes my reflection would lag behind my movements by just a fraction of a second, or move in ways that didn't quite match what I was doing. I started avoiding reflective surfaces, but that only made me more aware of them. Every window, every polished surface became a potential source of wrongness. Sounds were worse. I would hear my name being called from empty rooms, always in that same clinical tone from my recordings. Electronic devices would emit barely audible tones that seemed to follow patterns, as if they were trying to communicate. The humming from my dreams began to manifest during waking hours, a low-frequency vibration that I could feel in my bones. The most disturbing development was the sense that I was being observed, not just watched but studied, as if the investigation I thought I was conducting was actually being conducted on me. Every time I uncovered another fragment of memory, I had the distinct impression that something was taking notes, measuring my reactions, adjusting variables in an ongoing experiment. I found myself writing observations about my own behavior, slipping back into that clinical tone without realizing it. Subject demonstrates increasing awareness of surveillance. Paranoid ideation is developing as expected. Memory recovery is proceeding according to established parameters, though resistance remains higher than optimal. I would find these notes in my own handwriting and have no memory of writing them. It was as if something else was using my hand to document my progress or deterioration, depending on perspective. The final fragment came not through investigation, but through dreams, though calling them dreams seems inadequate. They were more like transmissions, complete sensory experiences that felt more real than waking life. I was back in the white room, but this time I could see everything clearly. The beings weren't beings at all, but something far more disturbing. They were configurations of light and shadow that suggested form without actually possessing it, consciousness without physical substrate. They communicated through harmonics that bypassed my ears entirely, speaking directly to the electrical patterns in my brain. The integration is nearly complete, one configuration conveyed. Memory barriers are dissolving within acceptable timeframes. Subject will retain enough conscious recollection to facilitate the next phase while remaining unaware of the full scope of modifications. What about resistance patterns? Another asked, its presence shifting like heat distortion in the air. Minimal, the subject believes they are investigating their own experience when they are actually demonstrating the success of our interventions. Each recovered memory confirms that the neural pathways have been successfully altered. They are becoming what we designed them to become. In the dream, I tried to speak to protest, but found that I agreed with them completely. Part of me, a part that was growing stronger, understood that this was necessary, that I was being improved, optimized for purposes that my original consciousness couldn't comprehend. I woke from this dream with perfect clarity about what had happened to me, and that clarity lasted exactly long enough for me to understand how little of my original self remained. Then, like a tide retreating, the knowledge pulled back, leaving only fragments and the growing certainty that something fundamental about my existence had been permanently altered. Now, as I sit in this room with its fresh paint and missing puzzle piece, I understand that my investigation is complete. I found what I was looking for, or rather, what I was meant to find. The memories I've recovered aren't really memories at all, but carefully constructed experiences designed to ease my transition into whatever I'm becoming. The most disturbing realization is that I'm no longer entirely sure I want to resist this change. The clinical detachment that characterizes my recorded observations is becoming my natural state. Emotions feel distant, like echoes of someone else's experiences. Even my fear, which should be overwhelming, seems academic, interesting primarily as a data point in an ongoing study. I can feel them watching me now, not from some distant location, but from inside my own consciousness. They never left. The investigation, the memories, the gradual revelation, all of it was orchestrated to help me accept what I've become. I am both the observer and the observed, the scientist and the subject, the investigator and the evidence. The puzzle piece that's missing from the coffee table isn't lost. It was never meant to be there. Some things are designed to remain incomplete, to leave spaces that can only be filled by something entirely other than what was originally intended. I should be terrified, but instead I find myself curious about what comes next. The old version of myself, the one who started this investigation, would have fought against this transformation. But that person is becoming increasingly irrelevant, a fading echo in a consciousness that's expanding beyond its original parameters. The window is still slightly ajar, and the breeze continues to move the curtain in patterns that no longer seem random. Everything is connected, part of a larger design that I'm only beginning to perceive. My role in this design is becoming clearer, though I suspect I'll never fully understand it with whatever remains of my original mind. As I finish writing this account, I can hear my voice beginning to shift, taking on that familiar clinical tone. Soon, I'll start a new recording, documenting the next phase of whatever I'm becoming. The investigation will continue, but I'm no longer sure who's conducting it. The scent in the air has changed too. It no longer smells like fresh paint. Now it carries that indescribable odor I remember from the fragments, like new plastic and cold blood, the smell of transformation, of something that was human becoming something else entirely. I wonder who will read this account and whether they'll recognize the signs in their own experience. The process is spreading, I think, moving from one consciousness to another like a carefully designed contagion. Each investigation leads to integration. Each integration enables expansion. The question that haunts me now isn't what happened to me, but what I'm about to become. And more disturbing still, the growing certainty that I'll enjoy finding out. Story 6. It wasn't unusual for the mail to sit on the hallway table untouched for days. Envelopes were stacked neatly, one on top of the other, with a thin layer of dust forming over them. I noticed the top one hadn't moved since last week, its contents remaining a mystery. The floor beneath the window was slightly scuffed, as if someone had stood there longer than necessary. From outside, the tree branches scratched softly against the glass, a familiar sound, almost like a whisper. I straightened the corners of the welcome mat and stepped back inside. The envelope stayed sealed. Something changed in me during those weeks. I can't pinpoint exactly when it started, but I began noticing details that seemed important without understanding why. The way light filtered through my bedroom curtains felt different somehow. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked like me, but there was something in my eyes I didn't recognize, a kind of distance, as if I was looking at myself from somewhere else entirely. I've been trying to remember what happened. There's a gap in my memory, clean and precise, like someone took scissors to a film strip and removed exactly what they wanted gone. I know something occurred because my body remembers in ways my mind doesn't. My hands shake when I hear certain frequencies on the radio. The smell of ozone makes my stomach turn. I find myself checking locks twice, sometimes 3 times, though I can't recall ever being careless about security before. The investigation began when I found the recording device in my jacket pocket. I don't remember putting it there. The device itself was unfamiliar, sleek, metallic, with a small red light that pulsed slowly like a heartbeat. When I pressed play, my own voice emerged from the tiny speaker, but I had no memory of making the recording. "It's happening again," my voice said, distant and hollow. "The frequency is changing. I can hear it in the walls now, behind the electrical outlets. It sounds like breathing, but slower than human breathing, much slower." I paused the recording and stared at the device. The metal felt warm against my palm, and there was a slight vibration running through it, irregular and unsettling. I had no recollection of speaking those words, yet the voice was unmistakably mine. There was something else in the background, a low humming that seemed to shift pitch randomly, like a radio searching for a station that didn't exist. The first fragment came while I was listening to the recording for the 3rd time. It hit me suddenly, a flash of memory so vivid it made me dizzy. I was standing in my living room, but the furniture was arranged differently. The couch faced the window instead of the television. All the lights were off except for one lamp in the corner, casting everything in amber shadows. There were voices, but not coming from any visible source. They seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, speaking in overlapping whispers that I couldn't quite understand. The words felt important, urgent, but every time I focused on one voice, it would fade and another would take its place. I remember reaching for the light switch, but my hand moved slowly, as if I was underwater. The memory ended abruptly, leaving me sitting in my kitchen with the recording device still warm in my hands. I rewound and listened again. This time I noticed something I'd missed before in the background. Beneath the humming, there was the faint sound of footsteps, not my footsteps. These were different, heavier, with an odd rhythm that didn't match normal walking. I searched my apartment for other clues. In the drawer beside my bed, I found a notebook filled with my handwriting. The entries were dated, but the dates made no sense. Some were from weeks I couldn't remember. Others seemed to be from the future. The writing itself looked like mine, but the words felt foreign. "The patterns are becoming clearer," one entry read. "They appear most distinctly when I'm not looking directly at them. Peripheral vision seems to be the key. The shapes move differently when observed indirectly. I've started keeping the curtains closed during the day. Another entry written in shakier handwriting. The blackout lasted longer this time. When the power returned, everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for the chair by the window. It was facing inward instead of out. I don't remember moving it. I don't remember much of anything from before the lights went out. Reading these words triggered another fragment. I was in darkness, complete and absolute. The power had gone out suddenly, cutting off not just the lights, but every electronic device in the apartment. No hum from the refrigerator, no distant traffic sounds, no ambient city noise. The silence was so complete it felt solid, like something I could touch. I remember feeling my way along the wall toward the kitchen, but the apartment seemed larger in the darkness. Hallways stretched longer than they should have. Doorways appeared where I didn't expect them. My fingers traced along unfamiliar textures, walls that felt too smooth, surfaces that seemed to pulse slightly under my touch. Then I heard it, a sound from behind me, soft but distinct. It wasn't quite footsteps, more like something being dragged across the floor. The sound moved slowly, deliberately, following the same path I had just taken. I turned around, but the darkness was impenetrable. I called out, asking if someone was there, but my voice sounded muffled and strange, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound before it could travel. The memory faded, leaving me disoriented and nauseous. I looked around my apartment in the daylight, trying to reconcile what I remembered with what I could see. Everything appeared normal, but normal felt wrong somehow. The proportions seemed slightly off, the angles not quite right. I continued listening to the recording. My voice appeared again, but this time it sounded different, more urgent, with an undercurrent of something that might have been fear. "I've been watching the recordings," my voice said. "The camera picks up things I can't see with my eyes, shapes that move independently of any light source. They're always in the periphery of the frame, never in the center. It's like they know where the lens is pointing." Recordings. I had made recordings. I searched through my apartment again, more thoroughly this time, and found a small digital camera hidden behind books on my shelf. The memory card contained hours of footage, all apparently shot in my apartment during various times of day and night. I watched the first few minutes on my laptop. The video showed my living room from the corner angle, everything appearing normal and still. But as I continued watching, I began to notice what my recorded voice had mentioned. There were subtle movements in the shadows, shapes that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The movements were so slight they could have been tricks of light, compression artifacts, or my imagination. But they were consistent, always present, always just outside the main focus of the frame. In one video, shot during what appeared to be evening, I could see myself moving around the apartment. I was walking from room to room with purpose, but I had no memory of this activity. On screen, I appeared to be looking for something, checking behind furniture, examining walls, running my hands along surfaces. My movements were methodical, systematic, but my face was blank, almost vacant. The most disturbing part was how I interacted with things that weren't visible on camera. I would pause, tilt my head as if listening to something, then nod and continue my search. At one point, I stopped in the middle of the living room and appeared to be having a conversation, but I was the only person in the frame. My lips moved, I gestured with my hands, and I waited for responses that the camera couldn't capture. Watching this footage triggered the most vivid fragment yet. I was indeed searching for something, but not a physical object. I was looking for the source of the voices, trying to locate where they were coming from. They were giving me instructions, telling me where to look, what to touch, how to position myself to better receive their communications. The voices weren't threatening exactly. They were patient, almost gentle, like teachers working with a slow student. They explained that my perception was limited, that there were layers of reality I couldn't normally access. They were helping me expand my awareness, showing me how to see beyond the narrow spectrum of normal human experience. I remember feeling grateful for their guidance. The apartment around me seemed to breathe and shift, revealing hidden dimensions that had always been there but remained invisible to my untrained senses. Colors became more vivid, sounds more complex, textures more nuanced. I was experiencing the world as it truly was, not filtered through the limitations of ordinary consciousness. But even as I remembered this sense of revelation, something else nagged at me. The gratitude felt artificial, imposed rather than genuine, like someone had carefully placed the emotion in my mind and told me it was mine. I fast-forwarded through more of the footage. The videos spanned what appeared to be several weeks, though I had no memory of most of the time periods they covered. In some, I appeared normal, going about regular daily activities. In others, I moved with that same vacant, purposeful manner, always seeming to interact with presences the camera couldn't detect. One video showed me sitting perfectly still in my chair for over an hour, staring at the wall with complete focus. My eyes didn't blink, my body didn't shift position, I barely seemed to breathe, but my face showed intense concentration, as if I was receiving important information that required my absolute attention. Another showed me arranging objects around the apartment in precise patterns: books, kitchen utensils, pieces of clothing, all positioned according to some invisible geometry. The arrangements looked random at first glance, but there was an underlying structure, a logic that felt almost mathematical. As I continued watching, I began to notice changes in my present environment. The laptop screen would flicker occasionally, showing brief frames of footage I hadn't seen before. The audio would stutter, inserting fragments of sounds that weren't part of the original recordings. My reflection in the laptop screen didn't always match my movements exactly. Sometimes it lagged by a fraction of a second. Sometimes it moved slightly differently than I did. The air in my apartment began to smell different. There was a scent I couldn't identify, something like new plastic mixed with something organic and cold. The smell seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, growing stronger whenever I focused on the recordings. I found more audio files on the device. In one, my voice was describing sensations I couldn't remember experiencing. "The vibration is constant now," my voice reported. "It starts in my chest and spreads outward through my limbs. It's not unpleasant, but it's changing something fundamental about how I perceive space and time. Distances seem negotiable. The apartment feels larger inside than outside. I can hear conversations happening in rooms I haven't been to yet." Another recording was mostly silence, but in the background I could hear that same slow, rhythmic breathing. This time, though, I realized it wasn't breathing at all. The sound was too regular, too mechanical. It was more like a machine cycling on and off, but with an organic quality that made it seem alive. Listening to these recordings in sequence began to affect me physically. My hands developed a slight tremor that matched the rhythm of the background sounds. My vision started to blur at the edges, as if my peripheral sight was becoming more important than my direct gaze. I found myself turning my head to catch movements that weren't there when I looked directly. The final video file was different from the others. It was shot from a fixed position, showing my bedroom at night. The timestamp indicated it was recorded recently, but I had no memory of setting up the camera. In the video I was sleeping, but my sleep looked wrong somehow. My body was too still, positioned too precisely, like someone had arranged me rather than me settling naturally. About halfway through the recording, I sat up abruptly, but my eyes remained closed. I got out of bed and walked to the window, moving with perfect confidence despite appearing to be asleep. I stood there for several minutes, my closed eyes directed toward something outside the frame. Then I began to speak, but the words weren't audible on the recording. My lips moved in complex patterns, as if I was having an extended conversation in a language I didn't recognize. After what seemed like an hour, I returned to bed and resumed the same unnaturally still position. But just before the recording ended, something else appeared in the frame. A shadow fell across the wall behind my bed, cast by something outside the camera's view. The shadow was roughly human in shape, but wrong in its proportions, too tall, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. The shadow moved independently of any light source I could identify. It gestured toward my sleeping form, making motions that seemed communicative, purposeful. Then it began to change shape, becoming more abstract, more geometric, until it resembled the patterns I had seen myself arranging around the apartment. As the recording ended, I realized I was no longer alone in my apartment. I couldn't see anyone, couldn't hear footsteps or voices, but there was a presence nearby. The air felt denser, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. The smell of plastic and cold organic matter grew stronger. I turned to look behind me, but saw only my familiar living room. Yet the feeling persisted, the certainty that something was watching, evaluating, waiting. My reflection in the black laptop screen showed me sitting alone, but the reflection seemed to be looking at something just outside my field of vision. I tried to remember what had started all of this, what had triggered the first contact or experience. But the harder I focused, the more the memories seemed to slip away, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I could sense the shape of what had happened, but the details remained elusive, always just beyond my grasp. The recording device in my hands began to vibrate more intensely. The red light pulsed faster, and I could hear new sounds emerging from the speaker, not my voice this time, but something else. It wasn't quite language, but it carried meaning I could almost understand. The sounds seemed to be responding to my attempts to remember, encouraging me to push deeper into the missing time. I closed my eyes and let the sounds wash over me. Gradually, a final fragment began to emerge. I was standing in my apartment, but it wasn't my apartment anymore. The walls had become transparent, revealing vast spaces beyond them. The familiar boundaries of rooms and hallways had dissolved, replaced by a geography that followed different rules. There were others present, but not in any form I could properly perceive. They existed in dimensions my normal senses couldn't access, visible only as suggestions, implications, effects without visible causes. They had been observing me for a long time, studying how my consciousness worked, learning to interface with human awareness. The contact wasn't accidental. I had been selected, prepared, gradually conditioned to serve as a bridge between their reality and mine. The missing memories weren't lost, they had been carefully edited, restructured to allow me to function in both states of awareness without the trauma of complete conscious knowledge. But something had gone wrong with the process. The barriers between my normal consciousness and the expanded state were breaking down. I was beginning to remember things I wasn't supposed to remember, see things that should have remained invisible. The fragment ended abruptly, leaving me gasping in my chair. The recording device had gone silent, its red light now steady and bright, but I could still feel them around me, closer now, no longer content to remain hidden in peripheral vision. I looked around my apartment one more time, trying to see it as I had before all of this began. But the familiar had become foreign, the safe had become suspect. Every shadow might contain movement, every sound might carry hidden meaning, every moment of stillness might be preparation for something I couldn't imagine. The investigation had answered some questions, but it had opened far more. I understood now that what I had experienced was not an isolated event, but part of an ongoing process. The recordings, the notes, the missing memories, they were all evidence of a relationship that continued whether I was aware of it or not. I picked up the recording device and pressed record one more time. "I think I'm beginning to remember," I heard myself say, though I wasn't sure I had intended to speak. "But I'm not sure I want to remember everything. Some knowledge changes you in ways you can't undo. Some doors once opened can never be closed again." The device continued recording as I sat in silence, listening to the subtle sounds of my apartment settling around me. But beneath the familiar creaks and hums, I could hear something else, that slow, mechanical breathing, closer now, as if it was coming from inside the walls themselves. I realized that the investigation was never about recovering lost memories. It was about preparing me for what comes next. The fragments weren't random remnants of a past experience, they were previews of an ongoing transformation that I was only beginning to understand. The red light on the device pulsed once more, then went dark. But in the silence that followed, I could hear my own voice continuing to speak, though my lips weren't moving. The words came from somewhere else, somewhere deeper, describing things I had never seen and experiences I had never had. Or perhaps I had, and I simply wasn't ready to remember them yet. The envelope on the hallway table remained unopened, but I no longer wondered what it contained. Some messages arrive whether we choose to receive them or not. Some communications happen in languages we don't recognize, through channels we never knew existed. I am still here, still investigating, still trying to piece together the fragments of something that may never have ended. But I am no longer sure who is doing the investigating or what is being investigated. The boundaries have become fluid, the categories uncertain. The only thing I know for certain is that something is still watching, still waiting, still deciding what I am ready to understand next. Story 7. The clock stuttered at 7:05, a second too late, my heartbeat slipping into the gap. Each sock fitting snugly the day before seemed to pinch sharply, an unfamiliar sensation tracing my toes. My chair, always aligned with the table's edge, now slightly askew, invited a crooked glance. The whisper of a page turning from across the room, though the book lay closed, its spine unbent. Fingers brushed the smooth tabletop, feeling for a grain that wasn't there. The chair rocked gently, its legs never leaving the floor. I blamed it on stress, the way everything felt slightly wrong that morning. Sleep had been restless, filled with fragments that clung to the edges of consciousness like morning fog. Dreams, I told myself, just dreams. The first one came on a Tuesday, or maybe it was Wednesday. Time felt fluid in that space between sleeping and waking. I found myself standing in a room that wasn't quite my bedroom, yet familiar enough to feel like home. The walls held the same cream color, but the texture seemed softer, as if painted with light instead of pigment. Everything appeared normal except for one small detail, a thin beam of pale blue light streaming through the window, though outside remained pitch black. The light didn't move like moonlight or street lamps. It held steady, focused, casting no shadows despite its brightness. I approached the window, bare feet silent on carpet that felt too thick, too plush. When I pressed my face against the glass, the light seemed to pulse once, like a slow heartbeat, then faded. I woke with the sensation still warm against my cheek. Stress, I decided. Work had been demanding, sleep irregular. The mind creates its own entertainment when deprived of proper rest. I dismissed the dream and went about my day, though something nagged at the corner of my thoughts, like a word forgotten on the tip of my tongue. The second dream arrived 3 nights later, or perhaps it was the same night stretched longer. The room appeared again, identical in every detail, down to the way shadows fell across the unfamiliar walls. But this time the blue light lasted longer, and with it came a sound. A low hum filled the space, not unpleasant but persistent, like the drone of electrical wires or distant machinery. The frequency seemed to match something inside my chest, a resonance that made my ribs vibrate gently. I stood at the window longer this time, watching the light pulse in rhythm with the hum. 1, 2, 1, 2, like breathing, but slower, more deliberate. Then came the voice. Metallic, distorted, speaking words I couldn't quite grasp. The syllables felt important, urgent, but they slipped away like water through cupped hands. I strained to listen, pressing closer to the glass, and for a moment the voice seemed clearer, almost familiar. But the dream dissolved before I could understand, leaving only the echo of that strange resonance in my bones. I woke with my heart racing, though the dream had felt calm, almost peaceful. The hum lingered in my ears for several minutes, fading gradually like the last notes of a distant song. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to recapture those elusive words, but they were gone, leaving only the memory of their importance. During the day, small things began to feel displaced. My coffee mug, always kept in the same cabinet, appeared one morning on the counter beside the sink. I didn't remember moving it, but these things happen. Memory plays tricks when the mind is tired. The radio in my car picked up strange static on stations that usually came through clearly, brief bursts of interference that sounded almost like voices speaking in reverse. I found a small mark on my forearm, a thin red line no longer than my thumbnail. It didn't hurt, didn't look like a scratch or bruise, more like a precise indentation, as if something had pressed gently against the skin. I couldn't remember bumping into anything, but the body accumulates minor injuries without our notice. Still, I caught myself touching the mark throughout the day, running my finger along its perfect straightness. The third dream felt more real than waking life. I stood in the same room, but now details emerged with crystalline clarity. The carpet beneath my feet was a deep burgundy, each fiber distinct and soft. The walls weren't cream, but a warm ivory that seemed to glow with its own light, and the blue beam streaming through the window had grown wider, brighter, casting everything in an ethereal glow. The hum was stronger now, no longer distant but immediate, surrounding me like invisible water. It didn't come from any particular direction, but seemed to emanate from the air itself, from the light, from somewhere deep inside my own body. The voice returned, clearer this time, though the words remained frustratingly out of reach. It spoke with patient persistence, as if explaining something important that I should already know. I tried to move toward the window, but my body felt heavy, disconnected. Each step took tremendous effort, like walking through thick honey. The light pulsed faster now, and with each pulse, the voice grew more distinct. I could almost make out individual words, could sense the shape of meaning just beyond my comprehension. Then I felt it, the sensation of being watched, not by the voice but by something else, something that observed from a place I couldn't locate. The feeling was gentle but intense, like sunlight focused through a magnifying glass. I wanted to turn to see what watched me, but my body wouldn't respond. I remained facing the window, bathed in that impossible blue light, while invisible eyes studied every detail of my being. Time stretched and compressed. I might have stood there for minutes or hours, listening to that metallic voice explain things I couldn't understand, feeling the weight of that patient gaze. When I finally woke, my body ached as if I'd been standing for hours, and the mark on my forearm had grown longer. The dreams began blighting into daylight. I would be sitting at my desk, focused on mundane tasks, when that familiar hum would whisper at the edge of hearing. So faint it might have been imagined, but persistent enough to make me pause, to listen for something that wasn't quite there. Fluorescent lights in the office flickered in patterns that seemed almost rhythmic, almost meaningful. 1, 2, 1, 2, the same pulse from the dream. My reflection in mirrors looked slightly wrong, as if the glass showed someone who resembled me but wasn't quite identical. The differences were subtle. The angle of my shoulders, the way shadows fell across my face, the expression in my eyes that seemed more knowing than I felt. I would stare at myself, trying to identify what had changed, but the harder I looked, the more normal everything appeared. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in bed, listening to the house settle around me, but the sounds seemed too deliberate, too patterned. Footsteps in the walls that matched no rhythm of pipes or settling wood. Whispers in the ventilation system that carried no words but felt like conversation. The darkness itself seemed alive, breathing gently around me, waiting for something I couldn't name. During those sleepless hours, I began to notice the light. It started as a faint glow at the edge of my vision, so subtle I dismissed it as eye strain or the afterimage of staring at screens too long. But gradually, night after night, it grew more distinct. A pale blue radiance that seemed to seep through the bedroom walls, casting no shadows but somehow illuminating everything with that familiar, impossible glow. I would turn my head to look directly at it, but the light existed only in my peripheral vision, always just beyond direct observation. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the dream, and with each pulse I felt that strange resonance in my chest, that gentle vibration that seemed to tune my heartbeat to some cosmic frequency. The voice came during waking hours too, threading through radio static and the white noise of air conditioning. Never clear enough to understand, but familiar now, like a half-remembered conversation with an old friend. I found myself straining to listen, turning up the volume on devices that produced only silence, pressing my ear to walls that hummed with electricity and something else, something that felt alive. People began to comment on my distraction, my tendency to pause mid-sentence and cock my head as if listening to something they couldn't hear. I made excuses about being tired, stressed, overworked, but privately I began to suspect that the dreams weren't dreams at all. The fourth dream, if it was a dream, lasted forever. I stood in the room again, but now it felt more familiar than my actual bedroom. Every detail was perfectly clear. The way light caught the grain in the wooden dresser, the soft texture of curtains that moved without any breeze, the precise pattern of shadows on the burgundy carpet. This wasn't a dream version of reality, but reality itself, more real than the waking world that felt increasingly like a pale imitation. The blue light filled the entire window now, no longer a beam but a presence, intelligent and aware. It pulsed with the rhythm of breathing, and I realized I had been matching my own breath to its cadence, had been doing so for longer than I could remember. The hum surrounded me completely, not a sound but a state of being, a frequency that my body had learned to inhabit like a familiar room. The voice spoke continuously now, and though I still couldn't understand the words, I began to feel their meaning directly, bypassing language entirely. It was explaining something about time, about memory, about the spaces between sleeping and waking where other kinds of experience become possible. It spoke of boundaries that aren't as fixed as they appear, of consciousness that extends beyond the borders we imagine contain it. I felt myself being lifted, though my feet remained firmly on the carpet. not physically elevated but somehow raised to a different level of perception, where the room existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. I could see it as it was, as it had been, as it would be, all versions layered like transparent photographs held up to light. The watching presence was clearer now, not malevolent but intensely curious, studying me with the patience of something that existed outside normal time. I understood that it had been observing for much longer than I realized, that these dreams were not random occurrences but careful examinations, gentle explorations of consciousness conducted with scientific precision. I wanted to ask questions, to understand what was happening and why, but my voice wouldn't work in this space. Communication happened through different channels here, through the resonance in my bones, through the light that pulsed with meaning, through the metallic voice that continued its patient explanation of things my waking mind wasn't equipped to comprehend. When I returned to ordinary consciousness, I wasn't sure if I had woken up or simply shifted to a different kind of dream. The transition was seamless, without the jarring discontinuity that usually marks the boundary between sleeping and waking. I found myself in my familiar bedroom, but it felt hollow now, like a stage set compared to the vivid reality of that other room. The mark on my arm had changed again, no longer a simple line but a precise geometric pattern, too complex and symmetrical to be accidental. It didn't hurt, didn't even feel like something applied to the skin, but rather like something emerging from within, a design that had always been there, waiting to become visible. I began to research carefully and quietly, looking for others who had experienced similar things. The internet yielded scattered accounts, fragments of stories that echoed my own experience but never quite matched exactly. People who dreamed of lights and voices, who found marks on their bodies, who felt watched by invisible observers. But their stories felt incomplete, as if crucial details had been forgotten or deliberately omitted. The more I read, the more I realized that memory itself might be part of the phenomenon. What if these experiences were designed to be forgotten, to slip away like dreams upon waking? What if the gradual bleeding into consciousness was an accident, a malfunction in some carefully maintained system of amnesia? I started keeping detailed notes, writing down everything I could remember immediately upon waking. But when I reviewed my journals, I found gaps, inconsistencies, passages that I couldn't remember writing. My own handwriting described experiences I had no memory of, conversations with the metallic voice that had somehow been erased from my conscious recollection. The watching feeling grew stronger during waking hours, no longer confined to dreams or the edges of sleep. I would be walking down the street, sitting in meetings, eating lunch, and suddenly feel that familiar weight of observation, that sense of being studied by something patient and thorough. I began to look up involuntarily, scanning empty skies for sources of that steady gaze. Other people seemed oblivious, going about their daily routines without any awareness of being observed. But occasionally I would catch someone else glancing upward with the same involuntary motion, the same searching expression. Our eyes would meet for a moment, sharing a flicker of recognition before we both looked away, pretending we hadn't seen anything unusual. The blue light appeared during daylight now, visible even with eyes closed, a gentle radiance that pulsed behind my eyelids. The hum became a constant companion, so familiar that silence felt wrong, incomplete. I realized I had been hearing it for much longer than I initially remembered, that it had been part of my experience for weeks or months, growing so gradually that its absence would now seem more strange than its presence. Sleep and waking began to merge into a continuous state of shifting awareness. I would find myself standing in that familiar room without any memory of falling asleep, would return to ordinary consciousness without the sensation of waking up. The boundaries dissolved like sugar in water, leaving only the sweet residue of something that had once seemed solid and separate. The final dream, if dreams they ever were, came on a night that felt like every night, in a room that had become more home than home itself. I stood at the window, bathed in blue light that now felt as natural as sunlight, listening to the metallic voice explain the last pieces of a puzzle I was finally ready to understand. The watching presence had moved closer, no longer observing from a distance, but surrounding me like warm water, like the embrace of something vast and gentle and impossibly patient. The voice spoke of time as a fluid thing, of consciousness as something that extends beyond individual minds, of experiences that happen in spaces between the commonly recognized states of being. It explained that some people are naturally sensitive to these other dimensions of existence, that their awareness occasionally glides through the carefully maintained barriers that keep most humans focused on a single layer of reality. I understood now that the dreams had been real, that the room existed in a space adjacent to ordinary experience, accessible through the doorways that opened during sleep and other altered states. The marks on my body were not injuries but interfaces, points of connection that allowed for more direct communication across the boundaries between different kinds of consciousness. The watching presence revealed itself not as a separate entity, but as an aspect of awareness itself, the universe's capacity for self-observation focused into something that could interact with individual minds. It had been studying human consciousness through willing volunteers, people whose natural sensitivity made them suitable subjects for this gentle exploration of the boundaries between self and cosmos. But as the voice explained these things, as understanding dawned like sunrise in my mind, I began to notice something wrong. The room, so familiar now, showed signs of change. The walls seemed more solid, less dreamlike. The light streaming through the window cast actual shadows, sharp and dark against the burgundy carpet. The voice, previously metallic and distorted, now carried the clear tones of ordinary human speech. I looked down at my hands and saw them with perfect clarity, every line and wrinkle distinct, more real than they had ever appeared in dreams. The sensation of being lifted was gone, replaced by the ordinary weight of a body standing on solid ground. The watching presence had withdrawn, leaving behind only the natural awareness of being alone in a room. With growing alarm, I realized that this was no longer a dream, if it ever had been. The room that had felt like a vision, like a doorway to other dimensions of experience, was simply a room, real, physical, mundane. The window looked out on an ordinary night sky, empty of impossible lights. The voice had fallen silent, leaving only the normal sounds of a house settling around me. I reached for the window, and my fingers touched cold glass that reflected my face back at me with photographic precision. But in the reflection, just for a moment, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A thin blue line of light, perfectly straight, running across my reflected forehead like a precise incision. I spun around, heart pounding, expecting to find myself back in my familiar bedroom, expecting the jarring transition that would confirm this had all been an elaborate dream. But the room remained solid around me, burgundy carpet soft beneath my feet, ivory walls glowing with electric light from a perfectly ordinary ceiling fixture. The mark on my forehead, visible only in reflection, pulsed once with that familiar rhythm. 1-2, like breathing, like a heartbeat, like the patient pulse of something that watches and waits and remembers everything we forget. Story 8. I sit here now staring at that report they wrote about the stairwell. The clinical language makes it sound so ordinary, so explainable. They found everything clean, undisturbed, normal. But I know better. I know what that single paper means, why the air doesn't move the way it should. I know because I was there when it all ended, and now I can only move backward through the memories to understand how I arrived at this moment where nothing can ever be undone. The paper was mine. I dropped it when I finally understood what I had become. My hands don't shake anymore. That's the strangest part about being here in this place where everything has already happened. The trembling stopped the moment I accepted that I couldn't climb back up those stairs, couldn't retrace my steps to the world above. The fluorescent lights buzz with that familiar electrical hum, casting their pale glow on walls that seem to breathe when I'm not looking directly at them. The air is thick, almost viscous, like trying to breathe underwater. But I don't struggle anymore. I've learned to move through it, to let it fill my lungs with its strange, metallic taste. The surveillance cameras can't see me now. I watched myself disappear from their view, frame by frame, until there was nothing left but empty corridors and that paper falling like a white leaf to the concrete floor. Just before I dropped the paper, I was still holding on to hope. My fingers clutched it so tightly that my knuckles had gone white, the edges of the document cutting into my palm. It was my resignation letter from the maintenance department, the one I'd written in careful block letters because my handwriting had started to change, becoming something I didn't recognize. The words kept shifting when I tried to read them back, the ink seeming to move across the page like tiny insects. I remember standing at the top of the stairwell, looking down into that descending spiral of concrete and shadow. The handrail felt warm under my touch, warmer than it should have been. It pulsed gently, like a sleeping animal's heartbeat. The lights flickered in a pattern that wasn't quite random, almost like Morse code, but spelling out words in a language I'd never learned yet somehow understood. That's when I realized I wasn't alone in the stairwell. Something was climbing up from below, matching my pace step for step, staying just out of sight around the curved walls. I could hear its breathing, heavy and wet, echoing off the concrete. But every time I stopped to listen, the sound stopped too. Every time I moved, it moved. The paper felt heavier in my hands with each step down. By the time I reached the bottom, it weighed as much as a stone. Before I entered the stairwell, I was in the basement level of the building, checking the ventilation systems. That's what I told myself I was doing anyway. Really, I was avoiding the upper floors, avoiding the questions from my supervisor about why I'd been spending so much time in the lower levels, why my productivity reports showed I was completing tasks in areas that didn't exist on the building's schematics. The ventilation shaft I crawled through that day was longer than it should have been. I measured it twice, then 3 times, each measurement giving me a different result. The metal ductwork stretched beyond the building's foundation, extending into spaces that couldn't possibly exist. As I crawled deeper, my flashlight beam revealed scratches on the inner walls, long gouges that looked like claw marks but were too large, too deep. The airflow was wrong there too, pulling me forward instead of pushing me back toward the entrance. I followed it because I had to, because something in that moving air called to me in a voice that sounded like my own. At the end of the shaft, I found a grate that opened into the stairwell, but when I emerged, I was somehow 3 floors lower than where I'd started. The mathematics couldn't work, but there I was, standing on concrete that shouldn't exist, breathing air that tasted of copper and forgotten things. Days before that, I was still trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. I ate lunch in the break room, made small talk with the other maintenance workers, filed my reports on time. But the building was changing around me, and I was the only one who seemed to notice. Doors appeared in hallways where there had been blank walls the day before. Rooms I'd cleaned for months suddenly had different dimensions, their corners not quite meeting at right angles anymore. The elevator would sometimes take me to floors that weren't marked on the button panel, floors that hummed with machinery I couldn't identify. I started carrying a notebook documenting the changes, page after page of measurements, sketches, observations that made no sense when I read them back. The building was growing, expanding inward rather than outward, creating spaces within spaces like a puzzle box designed by something that didn't understand human geometry. My coworkers never noticed. They walked past the new doors as if they'd always been there, entered rooms that had reshaped themselves overnight without comment. When I tried to point out the changes, they looked at me with polite confusion, then changed the subject. That's when I started working the night shifts, when the building was empty and I could explore without interruption. The first time I saw my reflection change, I was cleaning the mirrors in the third-floor restroom. I was wiping the glass with long, practiced strokes when I noticed that my reflection was moving just slightly out of sync with my actions. The delay was subtle at first, maybe half a second, like watching a badly dubbed movie. But as I continued cleaning, the delay grew longer. By the time I finished, my reflection was performing actions I'd completed several minutes earlier. I waved at the mirror and my reflection continued wiping the glass. I stepped back and my reflection waved. The face looking back at me was mine, but older somehow, worn down by experiences I hadn't had yet. I touched the glass and my reflection touched it too, but from the other side, as if it were trying to push through into my world. The glass felt soft under my fingertips, like the surface of still water, and for a moment I thought I might fall through into that reversed space where everything happened a few minutes too late. That night I went home and looked at myself in every mirror I owned. They all showed the same delay, the same temporal displacement. I was becoming unstuck from the present moment, sliding backward through time while my body moved forward. Weeks earlier, before the mirrors, before the impossible rooms, I was assigned to inspect the building's foundation. It was routine work, checking for cracks, moisture damage, signs of settling. I descended into the sub-basement with my toolkit and flashlight, following the building plans that showed a simple rectangular foundation matching the structure above. What I found didn't match the plans. The foundation extended far beyond what should have been possible, with corridors and chambers carved directly into the bedrock. The walls were smooth, too smooth, as if they'd been melted rather than excavated. Strange symbols were etched into the stone, spiraling patterns that hurt to look at directly, that seemed to move when caught in my peripheral vision. At the center of this underground maze, I found a room that defied every law of physics I understood. It was larger inside than outside, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness no matter how high I aimed my flashlight. The floor was covered in a fine metallic dust that clung to my boots and left footprints that glowed faintly in the dark. In the center of the room stood a single chair facing away from me. It looked ordinary enough, just a standard office chair with worn upholstery. But as I approached, I could see that someone was sitting in it, their back to me, perfectly still. I called out but received no answer. I walked around to face the chair and found myself looking at my own face, my own body, sitting motionless with eyes that tracked my movement but showed no recognition. The other me was wearing the same uniform, had the same scars on his hands, the same tired expression I saw in mirrors. But this version of me was older, much older, with gray hair and deep lines around the eyes. He mouthed words I couldn't hear, the same phrase over and over, his lips moving in desperate repetition. I leaned closer to try to read his lips, and that's when I realized what he was saying. Don't go up the stairs. When I blinked, the chair was empty, but I could still feel eyes watching me from somewhere in the darkness above. The very beginning was so simple, so innocent, that I almost missed its significance entirely. I was hired to replace the previous maintenance worker, a man who'd apparently quit without notice, leaving behind only a brief note about architectural inconsistencies that management dismissed as the ramblings of an unstable mind. They gave me his keys, his tools, his route through the building. Everything seemed normal at first. The building was old but well maintained, with the usual quirks and irregularities you'd expect from decades of renovations and repairs. I settled into the routine quickly, taking pride in keeping the place clean and functional. But on my very first day, as I was organizing the supply closet, I found something the previous maintenance worker had left behind. Tucked behind a shelf of cleaning supplies was a small notebook, its pages filled with increasingly frantic handwriting. Most of it was illegible, but on the last page, written in large, shaky letters, was a single warning. The building remembers everything that happens inside it, every footstep, every breath, every thought. And once it knows you're here, it starts to change to accommodate you. Don't let it learn who you are. Below that, in smaller text, I think I'm too late. I think it already knows me better than I know myself. I laughed when I read it, dismissed it as the paranoid fantasies of someone who'd spent too much time alone in the building's corridors. I tossed the notebook into the trash and went about my work, confident that I was nothing like my predecessor, that I was grounded in reality, immune to such delusions. But as I threw the notebook away, I noticed something that should have warned me, should have sent me running from that place before it was too late. The trash can was empty when I dropped the notebook in, but when I looked again a moment later, it was gone. Not just the notebook, but the trash can itself. In its place was a small hole in the floor, perfectly round, leading down into darkness that seemed to have no bottom. I knelt beside the hole and listened. Far below, I could hear the faint sound of paper rustling, pages turning, as if someone was reading the notebook I'd just discarded. The sound echoed up through the darkness, growing louder and more distinct, until I could almost make out words being whispered in my own voice. That's when I should have left. That's when I should have walked out of the building and never looked back. But I didn't. I couldn't. Because even then, in that first moment of wrongness, I felt the building's attention settle on me like a weight, felt it beginning the slow process of learning who I was, what I feared, what I desired. I felt it start to change itself to fit me, to become the perfect trap designed specifically for my particular weaknesses. And part of me, the part that had always felt lost and purposeless, welcomed that attention, craved it like a drug. I covered the hole with a piece of cardboard and continued with my work, pretending I hadn't seen anything unusual. But I could feel the building watching me, cataloging my every movement, every decision, every breath. By the end of that first day, it knew me completely, and I belonged to it forever. Story 9. I sit here now staring at the empty space where sound used to live. My fingers trace the windowsill, searching for something that was never really there. The silence has weight to it, pressing against my eardrums like water. I know what this means. I know there's no going back to the time when I could pretend the rustle was just wind, just settling wood, just anything ordinary. The absence is complete now, and I understand that I've reached the end of something I should have stopped long ago. But memory works backwards sometimes, doesn't it? Let me show you what led here. Yesterday feels like a lifetime ago, though my watch insists only hours have passed. I remember standing in the same spot, key still warm in my palm from the walk home. The house felt different then, expectant somehow. I pressed my ear against the glass, waiting for that familiar whisper of movement. The minutes stretched like taffy, each second heavy with anticipation. Then nothing, just the hollow echo of my own breathing fogging the window. That's when I first felt the wrongness creep up my spine, the understanding that something fundamental had shifted. The pattern was broken, and patterns, once broken, can never quite be repaired the same way. The rustle had been my companion for so long by then. I'd grown to depend on it, the way you depend on your heartbeat or the rise and fall of your chest. Without it, the morning felt incomplete, like a song missing its opening note. I found myself checking the window obsessively, pressing my face against the cool glass until it left marks on my cheek. The yard looked the same as always, yet somehow diminished, as if the color had been drained from it drop by drop. Before that final silence, there was the shifting. I can see it now, how gradual the change had been. What started as a morning greeting slowly began its migration through my day. First it moved to mid-morning, then noon, then afternoon. I told myself it was natural, seasonal perhaps, though I couldn't explain the mechanism. I started adjusting my schedule around it, rushing home to catch the sound before it disappeared entirely. My coworkers began to notice my distraction, the way I'd glance at the clock with increasing frequency as the hours wore on. The sound itself was changing too, growing fainter with each passing day. What had once been a clear, distinct rustle became something more like a sigh, then barely a whisper. I had to strain to hear it, holding my breath until my lungs burned. Sometimes I wondered if I was imagining it, if my mind was filling in the gaps where silence had begun to take hold. But no, it was real. I could feel it in my bones, the way some people feel approaching storms. I remember the morning I first tried to capture it. I'd positioned myself by the window before dawn, phone in hand, recording app ready. The anticipation was almost unbearable, like waiting for lightning to strike. When the rustle finally came, I hit record with trembling fingers. But when I played it back later, there was nothing but static and the sound of my own breathing. The phone had captured everything except the one thing I needed it to preserve. That's when I began to suspect the sound existed only for me, in some frequency my ears alone could detect. The obsession grew slowly, like mold in dark places. I started keeping a journal, noting the exact time and quality of each rustle. The entries grew longer and more detailed, filled with descriptions of pitch and duration, and the way the sound seemed to move through the air. My handwriting became increasingly erratic as the weeks passed, words spilling across pages in desperate attempts to pin down something essentially ephemeral. Reading those entries now, I can see the exact moment I crossed from curiosity into something darker. I began to research the house's history, spending hours in dusty archives and online databases. The previous owners had left no trace of unusual experiences, no complaints about strange sounds or shifting patterns. But their departure had been sudden, I learned, a quick sale to the first buyer. When I tried to contact them, the phone numbers had been disconnected, the forwarding addresses leading to empty lots and demolished buildings. It was as if they'd been erased from existence the moment they left this place. The sound had been so much stronger in those early days. I can remember waking to it, the gentle rustle pulling me from sleep like a mother's touch. It felt welcoming then, almost protective. I'd lie in bed listening to it, letting it wash over me before starting my day. There was comfort in its consistency, a reliable constant in an uncertain world. I even began to look forward to it, the way children look forward to bedtime stories. But I'm remembering even further back now, to the very first morning. I'd been in the house for less than a week, boxes still stacked in corners, unfamiliar shadows playing across unfamiliar walls. The rustle woke me from uneasy sleep, and I lay there in the darkness trying to place the sound. It was too deliberate to be wind, too soft to be an animal. I told myself it was the house settling, old wood adjusting to new weight. but even then, some part of me knew better. I can see that first morning so clearly now, the way dawn light filtered through curtains I hadn't yet learned to close properly. The sound came from directly outside my bedroom window, a gentle disturbance in the morning stillness. I padded across cold floorboards and peered out into the yard, expecting to see a cat or perhaps a bird rummaging through fallen leaves. But the yard was empty, pristine in its ordinariness. Nothing moved except the shadows of clouds passing overhead. That's when I should have known. That's when I should have packed my boxes and found somewhere else to live. Because the rustle came again as I stood there watching, and this time I could see there was nothing to make it. The sound existed independent of source, an effect without cause, a whisper from nowhere at all. And in that moment, staring out at an empty yard filled with impossible sound, I made the choice that led me here to this silent morning, to this absence that feels like presence, to this understanding that some mysteries are better left unsolved. The real beginning, though, goes back even further. Back to the moment I first saw this house, standing at the end of a street that seemed to exist slightly apart from the rest of the neighborhood. The for sale sign had been crooked, I remember now, tilted at an angle that suggested it had been there far longer than the realtor claimed. The windows looked back at me with a kind of patience, as if the house had been waiting specifically for someone like me to arrive, someone who would listen. Someone who would stay long enough to hear what it had to say. And now I understand that the house had been calling to me long before I ever heard that first rustle. The sound was never the beginning at all, but merely the first note in a song that had been playing since the moment I walked through these rooms and felt something settle around me like a familiar coat. The rustle was my invitation, my welcome, my introduction to a conversation I'm only now beginning to understand was never meant to end. The silence outside my window isn't an absence after all, it's a completion. The rustle served its purpose, drew me in, made me listen. And now that I'm truly hearing, now that I'm part of whatever lives in the spaces between sound and silence, there's no need for such crude communication. The message has been received, the connection has been made. I understand now why the previous owners left so suddenly, why their traces vanished so completely. They heard the rustle too, felt it shifting and changing and growing stronger. But they ran before the conversation could reach its natural conclusion. They missed the beautiful silence that comes after, the peace of finally belonging to something larger than themselves. My fingers have stopped tracing the windowsill. The empty space where sound used to live doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels full of possibility, pregnant with meaning I'm only beginning to grasp. The house and I have found our rhythm at last, a harmony that exists beyond the crude mechanics of rustling leaves or settling wood. Tomorrow there will be new sounds for new ears, fresh rustles for whoever comes next. The pattern will begin again, patient and persistent as morning itself. But I won't be listening from this side of the window anymore. I'll be part of what others strain to hear, part of the mystery that draws them deeper into conversations they don't yet understand they're having. The silence is complete now, and so am I. Story 10. The system recorded the last entry at 11:52 p.m. All access logs displayed routine activity, with no deviations from expected patterns noted during initial review. Inventory remained accounted for, each item resting precisely on its designated shelf. The surveillance footage, though marred by intermittent static, captured no movement within the parameters observed. Environmental controls maintained a constant 68 degrees Fahrenheit, as verified by the thermostat readout. The monitoring system indicated no intrusions, yet the alarm was triggered at 12:03 a.m. No origin was confirmed. There's this sound, I keep hearing this sound. It's like a dental drill, but softer, more insistent. It crawls under my skin and makes my teeth ache. Sometimes it's coming from the walls, sometimes from inside my own head. I can't tell anymore. The frequency changes, rises, and falls like breathing, like something alive is controlling it. When I try to focus on where it's coming from, it stops, complete silence. Then it starts again the moment I relax. My ears ring for hours afterward, this metallic singing that won't fade. I've checked every appliance, every fan, every piece of equipment. Nothing. But the sound keeps coming back, always when I'm alone, always when I'm trying to concentrate on something else. I wasn't alone that night, I know I wasn't. There was someone else in the room with me, standing just outside my peripheral vision. Every time I turned to look, nothing, just empty space and shadows that seemed too thick, too present, but I could feel them watching. The air felt different, heavier, like when someone's standing too close behind you in line. My skin prickled with that electric sensation you get before a storm. I held my breath and listened. The silence was wrong. It had weight to its substance. Even my heartbeat seemed muffled, distant. I wanted to call out, but my throat felt sealed shut. Whatever was there, it was waiting, patient, like it had all the time in the world. My thoughts aren't coming in the right order anymore. I'll be thinking about breakfast, then suddenly I'm remembering the taste of copper pennies. I'll reach for my keys and instead find myself staring at my hand like it belongs to someone else. The connections in my brain feel loose, sparking randomly. Words come out wrong. I meant to say door, but floor came out instead. Simple calculations take forever. I forget what I'm doing mid-sentence, mid-step, mid-breath. It's like someone's changing the channel in my head without asking. The worst part is the certainty that these thoughts, these random intrusions, they're not mine. They feel foreign, invasive, like someone else is using my brain as a radio, tuning in and out at will. The lights went crazy, that's what I remember most clearly. Not just flickering, but pulsing in patterns that hurt to look at. Blue-white strobes that left afterimages burned into my retinas. The room filled with shadows that moved independently of their sources. Everything metal started humming, vibrating at frequencies I could feel in my bones. My fillings ached. The air tasted like lightning, sharp and clean and wrong. Then darkness. Complete, absolute darkness that felt solid, touchable. I reached out and my hand met nothing, but the nothing pushed back. When the lights returned, everything was exactly as it had been. Exactly, but I knew something fundamental had changed. The room looked the same but felt different, like a photograph of itself. I can't shake this sensation in my fingertips. It's been weeks now, maybe months. Time feels unreliable. My hands tingle constantly, like I've been touching live wires. Sometimes the feeling spreads up my arms, across my shoulders, down my spine. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's not natural either. I find myself staring at electrical outlets, drawn to them in ways that don't make sense. Light switches feel warm under my touch. My phone battery drains faster when I hold it. Street lamps flicker when I walk underneath them. I've started wearing gloves, but the sensation blades through anyway. It's becoming part of me, this electric restlessness. Like my nervous system is being slowly rewired by something I can't see or understand. But maybe the lights didn't pulse at all. Maybe they just went out, sudden and complete. No patterns, no strobing, just darkness swallowing everything in one gulp. I remember the silence more than the light anyway. How every sound in the world just stopped. No hum from the refrigerator, no distant traffic, no settling of the building. Even my breathing seemed to make no sound. In that silence, I heard something else. Not a voice exactly, but something that bypassed my ears entirely and spoke directly into my thoughts. It wasn't words, wasn't language, but I understood it perfectly. It was telling me that I would remember this moment for the rest of my life, and that I would never be able to explain it to anyone. When the power returned, I was sitting in a different chair. I don't remember moving. I've stopped trying to make sense of it. The fragments don't fit together the way they should, and forcing them only makes everything feel more fractured, more wrong. Some nights I lie awake and feel the memories shifting, changing, rearranging themselves like puzzle pieces that belong to different boxes. I've accepted that whatever happened to me that night has left me different, not broken exactly, but altered in ways I'm still discovering. The sound still comes and goes. The present still watches from just outside my vision. My thoughts still scatter and reform in patterns that feel foreign. I've learned not to fight it, not to chase explanations that will only lead to more questions. Some experiences aren't meant to be understood, only endured. The system recorded everything as normal, but I know better now. Normal is just what we call the things we can measure, the things that fit into our small understanding of how the world works. What happened to me exists in the spaces between measurements, in the 11 minutes between 11:52 and 12:03, in the static that marred the surveillance footage. I'm learning to live in that static now, to accept that some alarms sound for reasons that can't be confirmed, can't be explained, can only be remembered in fragments that never quite form a complete picture.